never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
Over the midnight hour in the Eastern time zone. That means closing out Hump Day, we will work our way into a Thursday. Oh, looky there. That would be the final day of September. Yeah, according to the calendar there, September 30th. So we're going to be wrapping up September, getting ready for October. Yeah, we've got some fall showers, thunderstorms. Pretty active night tonight in the central portions of the country. From South Dakota, say central South Dakota, showers, thunderstorms, especially south central portions of the state. Got a lot of heavy rain stretching right through central portions of Nebraska. Rains really get fairly heavy. Right there between North Platte and Grand Isle. North Platte, you've seen plenty of rain in recent hours. The heavy action well west of Grand Isle. Yeah, even west of Kearney. But your shower storms extend on down into northwestern Kansas. And portions of, let's see, northwestern and north central Kansas. There's another cluster of showers and thunderstorms down east of Dodge City, Kansas there. Well, we've got a surge of moisture stretching through the southern plains and the south central states. All this moisture coming out of the Gulf of Mexico. And rainfall amounts for the central portions of the country, we're going to be talking enough to produce some flash flooding issues. Yeah, the overall pattern here is a fairly stationary front. So these thunderstorms are just kind of developing over the same areas and rain falling for hours hours on end with the training of the storms. Just put things in motion here. Yeah, and all this activity, I mean, it's just crawling to the east. So when if you're under the showers and thunderstorms, it's rain, rain, rain. It seems like relentless. Your typical weather pattern, you'd have a much more fluid west to east flow of the moisture in the atmosphere. In this case, the moisture is being held in place over the top of the south central region, which is allowing these showers and thunderstorms to just repeatedly impact areas stretching from Texas, Oklahoma, Arkansas, and that's going to be the trend over the next several days. Now, 24 hours ago, most of the action was further south in Texas and parts of Oklahoma. We'll see more development in those areas through the upcoming day today. Now, not only the day-to-day thunderstorms allowing for heavier rainfall totals, but the training of the storms on any given day. Yeah, during a particular afternoon, these thunderstorms could repeatedly hit the same areas, causing your flash flooding. Oftentimes, of course, drought-ridden areas, which this is where some of the rain is falling, the ground is very dry, and especially when the rain first starts, very difficult to absorb, and especially when you get the heavy rain, so everything just begins to run off immediately. Parts of southeastern Texas, western Louisiana, you're going to get more rain where you don't really need it. You've had several hits from the tropical season. They're talking a general 2 to 4 inches of rainfall, with storm max totals approaching maybe 7 inches over the central and southern plains and part of the Mississippi Valley. Between now and the end of the week, portions of coastal Texas and Louisiana among those locations that could experience close to 7 inches of rain due to the rounds of heavy rain. Looking back at the midday hours Wednesday, the evolving wet pattern was already unloading some heavy rains. We saw over 3.5 inches of rain in Lake Charles, Louisiana, 2.25 inches in San Antone, 1 to 2 inches had already fallen in the Houston metro area this week. So as the week ends, rain's not going to come to a halt. We're also monitoring another system, an area of low pressure in the southwestern states. As we head toward the weekend, it's going to begin to weaken, but it's going to move east and bring with it another round of showers, not quite as heavy as we're seeing here at Wednesday into Thursday. But it is going to draw up a good amount of moisture from Mexico and transport that north across the southern plains once again. Looks like this particular round will bring the heaviest rains to western Texas and Oklahoma, where we again could see some training and the risk for flash flooding in those areas. Meanwhile, in the Northeast, I hope you've been enjoying your, maybe, shall we call it the last gasp of summer-like weather? Just over a week since we officially rolled into fall. It was 1 week ago Wednesday. Looks like a true sign of fall is underway in the forecast for our friends in the Northeast. For many, the word frost has not been in the vocabulary since back in early spring. Well, guess what? That's about to change. Low temperatures are forecast to dip well into the 40s for most of the Northeast overnight Thursday, and a few normally cooler spots will reach the upper and middle 30s, which would lead potentially to the first frost of the season. While locations that are typically in the Northeast, the coolest in the Northeast, that's the areas likeliest to contend with frost. It will be an unseasonably chilly start to the month of October for many areas in the Northeast. Many locations from the northern mid-Atlantic to the Canadian border forecast to be 5 to 8 degrees below normal for the first morning of October. So we're kind of looking 24 hours ahead, Thursday night into Friday morning. Frost development will be most favorable for the mountains and higher elevations in the interior Northeast, they tell us. The areas in which residents are most likely to wake up to frosty conditions Friday morning would include the Green and White Mountains in New England, the Adirondacks, the Catskills, the Poconos. In order for frost to form, atmospheric conditions near the ground have to hit a certain threshold. Frost occurs when the water vapor in a near freezing layer of the air interacts with the surface that is at or below freezing. This typically occurs on, like your car tops, your grassy areas, which tend to be a few degrees cooler than the surrounding air during the overnight hours. Now, forecasters say the first frost is pretty much right on time in most of these areas. Areas that will be impacted by this potential frost. The growing season has already ended. Widespread crop damage not likely. Frost can cause some headaches for some recreational gardeners if they're not properly prepared, so you've got advance notice here. For any plants located in the ground, the best course of action is to protect them from frost by covering them. Lightweight tarps, old bed sheets, that sort of thing. Newspaper or straw. Now, they recommend potted plants be brought indoors anytime frost is in the forecast because the potted plants are much more susceptible to frost damage, obviously, because the roots are not in the ground. There you go. Right on cue to roll into the month of October. Maybe our first frost of the season. How about that? All righty. Hello to Heat Wave right out of the box. Check it in from the Hacienda in New Mexico. Ready to hit the road later on this morning. Everybody be safe out there. Andy in Canada. We're going to get a taste of your Canadian weather there in the Northeast, aren't we? Another cool night in Ontario, Canada. All right. Go Jays, go, he says. Hello from the Michigan Madman. Going to be another late night out here, but tomorrow's my last work day for this week. So have a good night, everybody. Larry's on board. Let me see here. Hello to Steve. We've got Richard checking in from Central Florida this morning. Good to have you with us. Gilligan is online. Captain Ron as well. Gerald says, I'm rolling across here tonight in Oklahoma. Did anybody win the Powerball? I'll give it incentive to buy when I'll donate $1 million. All right, if you go back to the old station. Replying to Captain Ron, good to have you with us there. Eskimo Mom checking in from northern Kentucky. Clear 67 degrees tonight. Kind of a very comfortable, beautiful night outside the secret bunker, looking at 65. Here at this location. El Trout, good evening from Central Oregon. Good to have you with us. Everyone be safe out there. 15 car checking in. Morning, Steve. A perfect night in Charlotte, North Carolina. Let's see. Hello to Buckeye Boy. Good to have you with us. Who else we got? Jay is on board. Happy Thursday to you, Steve, and all the drivers. Everyone have a safe night out there. Hillbilly Tex on board. Got it pegged out. Good to have you with us, Tex. Hello to Fly Rod. Fly Rod is on board. Checking in from Hotlanta, Georgia tonight. There you go. What's Buckeye Boy saying here? Buckeye Boy checking in from Ackworth. 65 degrees. Mostly enjoying my time off, except for trying to get into a endodontist to get a root canal on my cracked tooth. Oh, those are always fun. Then I had to go back to my dentist. I went to today, and I had to get the crown. The first one I called doesn't take my insurance. I've got the Blue Cross Blue Shield. It's going to cost me like $1,600 if I pay cash or check, and that does not include the crown. You'd think paying over $1,000 a month for insurance that I'd have the better dental coverage. I also had to pay $40 plus today for my dentist to tell me I need a root canal and a crown, which, I already knew. And they don't do molar root canals. Anyway, loading on Monday for Ann Arbor, and they're going to love the Ohio State Buckeye stickers on my truck. Yeah, right? Have a great night, everybody. Be careful out there. All right. Good to have you with us. Buckeye boy, I can sympathize. I just went through that exact same thing with that three-pronger. I call it a three-pronger. It's three roots. And Dennis thought that was comical. He said, a three-pronger, that's a new one. I haven't heard him referred to as that. Hello to Tapeworm checking in there. Norman just jumped on board as well from central Kansas, where they're going to be waiting for some rain later on. All right, it's 844-3388. Start off with a couple of our industry headlines. Time is running out for the House to pass the infrastructure bill before the current surface reauthorization expires here at the end of the day today. This is the end of September. It is not clear if the House is going to be able to meet that deadline. Now, Pelosi said this past day she still plans to hold a vote today, Thursday, on the Senate-approved infrastructure bill. But The Hill reported later Wednesday that the vote's expected to be postponed. As we've been viewing, the conflict is from within the Democratic Party over the infrastructure bill and the $3.5 trillion budget reconciliation measure. According to multiple reports, moderates are threatening to withhold support of the budget bill, and progressives are threatening to vote against the infrastructure bill until the budget bill passes the House and Senate. Everybody's locking horns here. We are a number of hours now away from two critical government funding and authorization deadlines expiring in Washington that could have some effects for the transportation and trucking industries and pretty much everyone out there, according to OIDA's Director of Federal Affairs, Jay Grimes. Now, Grimes said it's not clear if the House has the votes to pass the infrastructure bill. Now, I did say one possible solution would be get a short-term extension of the existing highway bill, which was known as the FAST Act. Hopefully, we'll get some action to avert a shutdown and lapses in authorization and appropriation, he says. Of course, the infrastructure bill includes $550 billion in new spending for roads, bridges, airports, electric vehicle charging stations, all these things we've been talking about. About $110 billion of that would go toward actual roads and bridges. As we've been talking, though, the bill failed to dedicate any money toward truck parking. OIDA cited the decision not to include funding for truck parking as a major reason that they're not supporting the bill in this particular case. All right, this past day, the Atlanta Police Department shared a warning about a dangerous new, apparently this is a social media game. Remember about a week ago, there was some video of, they believe it was the same guy. It may or may not have been, hanging on the side of a truck going down the highway. They thought it was a one-off kind of thing. Apparently, it is not. It is the new social media game observing an uptick in people hitching rides on moving semi-trucks. Yesterday's statement from the Atlanta police points to several recent incidents of people riding on the outside of moving semis on the highways and calls for those who are tempted to try it themselves for some sort of Instagram notoriety to remember. Obviously, this could result in death, injury, and multi-vehicle crashes. Now, it was the video we shared like about a week ago. Social media users sharing the video of the guy hanging onto semi-trucks, hanging on the mirror on I-85 in DeKalb County and Gwinnett counties. They also shared a video of a person wearing red hanging on the back of a moving semi-trailer as it's moving at highway speeds. So the Atlanta police issued an official statement this past day, warning stowaways on tractor trailers and other drivers of the danger of this new game. We've been made aware of several recent incidents, people riding on the outside of moving semi-trucks. We realize this may come as a surprise to some, but riding on the outside of a semi-truck going 65 to 75 miles per hour, or any moving vehicle, on I-285, I-75, or any other road at any speed, is a death wish of sorts. These acts put not only the stowaway clinging to the massive truck at risk, but the drivers behind and next to the violated truck are also in danger. If the person getting the free ride loses their balance, falls off, or jumps off the moving vehicle, you will all but certainly be struck by other cars that are nearby, possibly injuring other drivers and or causing a multi-car collision as others try to avoid being in the fray. This hazardous buffoonery on Atlanta's wayward souls will not be tolerated, they say. There's nothing humorous about jeopardizing the safety of drivers or other persons. We ask people who see these incidents, put your cameras down and use your phone to call 911. The safety of our citizens is our number one priority. We take these incidents serious, but we do want to send a strong message to those who continue to put Atlanta on the map or on the gram for things that do not serve the greater good, make us better, or uplift the city. Buffoonery, that's a pretty good description. All right, craziness in Atlanta. It is 19 past the hour. As we're underway, who gets to be first out of the box? Jump on board at 844-844-3388. Good to have you with us. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
For the last 15 years, the Big Rig Mattress has been manufacturing a premium residential mattress for over-the-road truckers. The main support component of the Big Rig Mattress is an individually pocketed spring cord that delivers the optimal amount of support exactly where you need it. Check out thebigrigmattress.com to learn more about this exceptional mattress. Many sizes are stocked and can ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes also available. 100% made in the USA since 2009.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hi, this is Pete Matouche. In 1999, my brother started the Turbo 3000. We're proud to continue on with his legacy.
The fuel that you've spent your hard-earned money on is completely burned, and that's your profit going right back where it belongs, in your pocket.
For our Canadian customers, you can get the Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-567-1007. For a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Well, the headline reads, "Here comes the $90 oil." Say what? Yeah, price per barrel going up. What's going on? They describe it as a V-shaped recovery in the oil patch. that continues to take even the biggest bulls on Wall Street by surprise. Goldman Sachs ramping up their already optimistic forecast for oil prices on Sunday, calling for Brent crude to hit $90 per barrel by the end of the year. That's up from their previous call of $80. The Wall Street Bank expects U.S. crude to hit $87 per barrel, up from the previous forecast of $77. Goldman Sachs strategist wrote in a note to clients, while we've had long held a bullish oil view, the current global oil supply demand deficit is larger than we expected. The recovery in worldwide demand from the Delta variant has been even faster than our consensus forecast. Global supply is short of our below consensus forecast. In other words, high oil prices could get even higher, suggesting gasoline prices will remain elevated. The national average right now, according to AAA here in the U.S., is $3.19 a gallon for gas. That's up from $3.15 a month ago and $2.19 this time last year. Brent crude, the world benchmark, jumped another 1.5% to $79.25 per barrel early this week. That's the highest close since October of 2018. U.S. crude rallied 2% Monday to $75.45 per barrel, the highest close since October 3rd of 2018. It's the first time that U.S. oil has finished above $75 per barrel since mid-July. The latest gains add to the remarkable recovery from the onset of COVID, when U.S. crude crashed below zero for the first time ever. Recall that? Oil bottomed at negative $40 a barrel in April of 2020. We're talking roughly $115 below where we are today. Now, they say, going back early on, the pandemic forced oil companies and OPEC to dramatically cut production. Much of that supply apparently remains offline. Of course, the calls had gone out from the Biden administration requesting for OPEC Plus to ramp up production, which they've ignored. What about the shale oil, the oil patch here in the U.S.? The experts, they say things are really just beginning to come back online here in the U.S. with the shale oil production. Yeah, Phillips says $5 a gallon. Yeah, bring it. It may be coming. I don't know how high are prices going to go. Randy said the rack price on diesel, $2.40 a gallon. Then you have to do the tax. And national average, we shared that last evening, right? I think we're up to $3.40 a gallon for the national average on diesel. California was checking it at $4.35 per gallon. Anybody's going to see that $5 per gallon mark, California is going to be the first to get there. All right, meanwhile, it's 844-844-3388. What's going on? Scrapyard, first out of the box tonight. How the heck are you?
Well, first. I'll be darned, hell, that ain't happened in a long time. That's on the Homeland Security Act. Is that still in effect, or did they change it over to the Patriot Act?
I'm not sure what you're referring to there. The Homeland Security.
Back during the Bush era, they brought out the Homeland Security Act after 9/11, and it also included commercial motor vehicles. Someone who is not authorized to touch a commercial motor vehicle, especially one that's in operation, just laying hands on one or jumping on one became an automatic felony, a violation of the Homeland Security Act. under the law as it was back then. So I didn't know if that was still in effect or not.
I'm not sure about that. That was the whole deal when they were concerned about, terror activity and using trucks and things for terrorist activity, right? That's what that was?
Back in that day and time, that's what it was. And but they also expanded it for like leaving the keys in the trucks, things of that nature. Like even on in your own terminal, even behind a locked gate, you weren't allowed to leave the keys inside the truck. And but also it included in it that someone who was not authorized to ride on a commercial motor vehicle or work on it, anything of that nature, couldn't lay hands on one, sitting or rolling.
That's a good question. So, yeah, I mean, I guess based on that, so these goofy buffooneries could get charged with some pretty serious crimes if that's still in place.
Yeah, and I don't know, but I couldn't tell if it was, they were talking about this mileage usury fee that you're talking about coming. I didn't know if it was just the state of Arkansas or is that on the federal level, charging 8 cents per mile just to say go to the store and go back to the house.
I think, if I'm not mistaken, the infrastructure bill has the implementation of a pilot program to go down that route as more and more vehicles become electric vehicles, not using the fossil fuel. They're going to have to come up with some sort of way to get the tax revenue generated. So they're looking at the VMT.
Yeah.
Now, I don't know how widespread it's going to be, how many states, but I'm pretty sure that's in the infrastructure bill.
Oh, well, I tell you what, a lot of people now are talking about converting over to Amish.
Oh, yeah.
It just keeps up.
Back to the horse and buggy days?
Oh, yeah, and all that. Hey, like they're on a rescue farm. I got 5 big Magnum donkeys and all that that's not doing much of anything except making jelly beans and all that. I'll find some use for them.
Well, I'll pull up the latest, like I said, on the VMT tax. I know that there are certain states that individually have been working on testing it, but yeah, the infrastructure bill, I think that's ultimately going to be the way they go now.
And they're pushing like mad. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
In order to do that, everyone's going to have some way of tracking everywhere you go. I don't know if they're going to use GPS technology or how they're going to track, how many miles you've driven, because they can't trust people to just say, yeah, look at my odometer, I went this many miles or whatever. So I don't know. Some say it's another way that Big Brother's going to have to get in your vehicle and track everywhere you go. Yeah,
and here in Arkansas, they're pushing like mad to make all the interstates in Arkansas toll roads, and pushing it. And people here have been fighting back on it, and it's under our state charter or constitution, it says that no pre-existing road can be made into a toll road. So along the various interchanges, the start of interstates here in the state, I think that's why they've been doing a lot of work on it, and then leaving the pavement afoul for just a little bit, so that whenever they do go to connect it, they'll be able to step around a loophole to step around it and set up toll roads here, and people are fighting that like crazy here to keep that from coming to pass.
Wow. Well, Scrapyard, good to have you with us. First out of the box here on a Thursday morning. Again, I'll pull up, see what I can find on the vehicle mile tax thing. But that is going to be the future. Right there, though, we get a news break. Lines available at 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Chris Barnes.
Breaking news as Britney Spears' father is no longer her conservator, as reports say a judge has removed Jamie Spears from the pop star's conservatorship, having certified public accountant John Zabel now take over through the end of the year. Britney Spears going in today's court proceedings knowing she had a powerful backer in Texas Republican Senator Ted Cruz.
For the court to throw out her lawyer based on a secret medical report that she couldn't access, the lawyer couldn't access, and couldn't be charged is something straight out of Kafka.
Cruz said if a cultural icon like Spears can't get justice, what does it say to the 1 million or so others in America under conservatorship? The U.S. House this evening approving a measure to suspend the nation's debt ceiling through December 2022. It now goes to the Senate, where it's expected to fail. This is USA Radio News.
Remember when California was the Golden State? Not anymore. Soaring crime, overregulation, and high taxes are forcing taxpayers to flee. Now, Newsmax's Rob Schmidt looks at what happened in his special series, California. It's over. Rob walks on the Reagan Ranch with Governor Kristi Noem, and he talks to the insiders and reports from Los Angeles. Find out why you need to be worried, because California's mess may soon be coming to your state. Watch Rob Schmidt on Newsmax at 10 p.m. Eastern. Newsmax is on every major cable system. Just check your cable guide. If your cable system doesn't carry Newsmax, call your operator or switch to a service that does. Get Newsmax on most streaming services like Samsung, Roku, Pluto, or Xumo. Or download the free Newsmax app on your smartphone. It takes just seconds, and you can watch us anytime, anywhere. California's nightmare is spreading. Watch Rob Schmidt on Newsmax tonight.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with Isolate. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch 4-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
The Hot Shot Secret Facebook page gets a lot of robust Q&A about diesel problems and their solutions. We listen to our customers. Here are their words straight from their mouths about Hot Shot Secret everyday diesel treatment. Our fans call it EDT.
I'm John Sharp, a.k.a. Jay Sharp from Newburgh, Pennsylvania. Using EDT, my local fuel mileage went to average of 22 to 23, and my highway MPG went to 26 to 28.
Hi, I'm Danny. I'm from Arizona. I drive a 02 Ford Excursion. I use EDT at every fill up, and my mileage went from 12.5 miles to gallon to 14 miles per gallon. I highly recommend it.
Everyday diesel treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Are you having trouble sleeping? Are you tired all the time? Growing older is a fact of life. Our skin starts to wrinkle, muscles get weaker, and our energy levels plummet. If there was a product that may help you slow down these symptoms of aging, would you be interested? I want you to go to getonthegel.com. That is getonthegel.com. Watch this 4-minute video that explains more about this amazing product. Or call us at Youth Fountain HGH today at 513-472-0699 for more information.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor, here with Tax Help MD. As many of you know from Steve Summers' show, I've been helping professional drivers solve their tax problems. I can help you too. If you've been struggling with back tax debt, call me now at 888-557-4020. Let's face it, these problems aren't going away all on their own. You need professional help so you can sleep better at night knowing you're in good hands. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep my eyes on the IRS. 888-557-4020.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All right, to answer Scrapyard's question. Let me see here. It was about this time a week ago. Report said the fuel tax is the most efficient way to collect money for the highways. But in the near future, many vehicles, as we know, will not be powered by fuel. So should motorists instead be taxed by how many miles they drive? It is becoming a more prominent issue because the Highway Trust Fund, from which states receive their allotments of funding, is about to hit zero. The Congressional Budget Office has said the fund will be insolvent by next year, 22, which means there would be no money saved for highways. The Federal Highway Administration could start implementing cash management procedures as early as October 8th, with states receiving less money starting October 12th. That's just days away. Tax revenues are matching what's needed for highways and other transportation needs. Fuel taxes, which are 18.4 cents for gas, 24.4 for diesel, have not increased since 1993 and were not indexed for inflation. 18 cents paid for a lot more highway construction 28 years ago than it does today, obviously. 28 years ago, believe it or not, that was President Clinton's first year in office, to give you an idea. The fuel tax is hard to beat when it comes to efficiency. According to the American Transportation Research Institute, the cost of collection is only 0.2% at the federal level, meaning the government spends $67 million to collect $33.5 billion. Costs are low because they're collected from less than 270 companies at the wholesale level, and then the price is passed on to the motorist at the pump. It's pretty simple. Despite the efficiency, members of Congress have refused to increase the fuel tax because voters don't like paying it. So politically speaking, it's basically off the table. Eventually, the mechanical realities are going to catch up to the political realities. More and more people drive electric cars that don't use gas. There have been 1 million such cars sold in the U.S. in the last 10 years. That number is projected by the Edison Electric Institute to grow to 18.7 million by the year 2030. In addition to the efficiency, another advantage of the fuel tax is it's a user fee, meaning the people who use the government service pay for it. We'd like to keep that aspect, which is why tucked inside the $1 trillion, the $1.2 trillion infrastructure bill is a $125 million pilot program. There it is, to study a vehicle miles traveled tax. With a VMT tax, you pay based on how many miles you drive. It's kind of how the gas tax works indirectly. Oregon and Utah already have voluntary programs to do this. So there it is. So indeed, the pilot program is in the infrastructure bill, which, hey, there may be a vote on that later today, for what it's worth. But ultimately, that's going to have to be the direction they go, because, of course, now you've got the administration mandating what? More and more states eliminating the internal combustion engine. New vehicle sales will be all electric here. In some cases, aren't they talking 2030, 2035 in some states? And all right, so there you go. Let's get back to the calls here at 844-844-3388. What do you say, Fly Rod?
No, this is not Fly Rod. I don't know where you get that idea, Steve. This is Lugnut Louie this morning. How are you?
Hello, Lugnut Louie. How the hell you been? It's been a while.
Well, I don't know what the hell's so funny about that, but as we move along here, folks, I'm just calling in tonight to remind you that, look, we're facing the end of the month, and you know what that means. It's time to grade your performance once again, and I want to remind the listening audience that this is your opportunity to call in and let Steve know how his performance has been for the last month. We're looking at articulation, verbalization, and if he's been wearing his glasses on straight, because as a reminder, if he's got his glasses on straight and he looks like a professor, that's fine. But if he's got them on crooked and he looks like a retard, we need to know about that. So I can't be the eyes and ears of everything. So, Steve, how are you doing today?
Doing well, Lou. I kind of anticipated we'd be hearing from you in short order because, yeah, October starts on Friday there. It's final day of September.
That's right. We have a fantastic trip lined up for you and the princess, and I'm just so excited to be able to share that with you. And by the way, if I may plug in something before I forget, Sleazy Guy and Corn Peppers, I know you're listening tonight. The code word tonight is Rumpelstiltskin. Rumpelstiltskin is the code word. So when you two call in and you mention Rumpelstiltskin, you'll be getting your discount tickets for a donut. So make sure you use that code word. And speaking of code words, Mr. Plummer, I must tell you that, look, we've been trying really hard to plug in about your radio show and the gift shop on the radio show. Of course, folks know about the mugs, the T-shirts, the hats, but also, folks, we have a fabulous prize package in there that we've been trying to plug along called Hooked on Phonics. And many of you have trouble pronouncing the English language, and so we went all out to make sure that every driver has an opportunity to get the Hooked on Phonics. So all you got to do is go into the Overnight Drive radio station, go down to the tab for gifts, click on the thing you want for that, and what is it called, Steve? It's called the Hooked on Phonics. Works for me, and we're going to give you a coupon to get a free Hooked on Phonics tape cassette. It comes in an 8-track, and of course CDs as well, and it'll help you articulate the English language in a much more clear fashion than we have some people call in, and we just cannot understand what on earth they're talking about. So, Steve, once again, drivers, call us and let us know how Steve's going. You got 2 days before we give his graded performance. And, Steve, we look forward to sharing those results with you. I'm sure you're going to do fantastic. As always, we're just so proud of you. You're the voice of the American truck driver. You're the voice of this country. And I'm just so delighted to be your self-promoted executive producer of this show. And way to go. I want you to reach behind your back right now there, Mr. Plummer, and give yourself a pat on the back between them shoulder blades because you well deserve it. And I appreciate you wearing your glasses straight tonight. That does mean a lot. But with that, I'll say adios for Chaucer.
I don't wear my glasses when I'm sitting at the computer screen. I've got the, nearsighted? It's always the opposite. When I have to wear the glasses for distance. I don't wear glasses when I'm on the microphone. Maybe you need to check your glasses there. Lugnut Louie. All right. I have not priced bacon in a while. I know the price has been going up, but it's wow. Bacon is more expensive for Americans than it's been in the past 40 years. And yes, that is accounting for inflation. Wow. The hankering for pork chops is costing you about 7% more than this time a year ago. The average price for that slab of bacon to accompany your Sunday morning spread has jumped nearly 28% in the last 12 months. That's the inflation-adjusted consumer price index. The supply chain issues and inflationary pressures have become all too common in these pandemic times, alongside a slew of industry-specific influence. President Biden's administration, for its part, believes prices are high because a couple of big companies control the majority of the market share. And they're wanting to try and level the playing field. But analyst expectations, the higher prices are not going to ease anytime soon. How did we get here? Well, the domestic pork supply chain was one of the quickest to get knocked out of whack when the COVID started spreading in the country. Panic-stricken consumers bought deep freezers and cleared out the meat counters. The food service channel effectively shut down overnight, breaking a major arm of the supply chain. Meatpacking plants, of course, where employees worked long shifts in close proximity, became hotbeds of the virus. Plants were temporarily shuttered. Federal investigations ensued. When those facilities shut down, the backlog of animals began to grow, resulting in millions of pigs being euthanized without being processed into food. Also, producers, weary of getting ahead of demand with too much supply, started thinning the herds, ultimately depressing the pork supply this year. Pork production is expected to close out the year 2% lower than levels were last year. But on the flip side, in terms of demand, it is a different story. Demand has been exceptional in the U.S., moving more volumes at retail than ever before. So you've got that combined effect. Tighter supplies, stronger demand. That contributes to inflation. With a lack of meat in cold storage late last year, they started to rely more on fresh animals, which in turn help spike the raw material prices. It's likely those costs should have peaked, and indications from the futures market show prices should begin to come back to normal by mid-2022. I don't know. What are you paying for a pound of bacon these days? Like I said, I haven't priced it in a while, but I know, meat prices for everything way up. Wife did the grocery ordering last week. I think 80% ground beef, 80% lean was at $5.99 a pound. Then you could get the Laura's lean, even leaner, was $6.99 a pound for ground beef. And have you priced a good steak in recent days? Someone shared a photo of I forget which supermarket they were at, but it was $21 a pound for, obviously it was a good steak, but are you kidding me? $21 a pound? All right, about 9 before the hour. We'll get back to your calls just ahead at 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow AirDog.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
Some say their truck reflects who they are, dependable and reliable. That's why you trust Blue Def. Now the best just got better. Introducing Blue Def Platinum, a revolutionary innovation with advanced system shield technology to significantly reduce harmful deposits. To maintain fuel economy, save money on costly repairs, and sustain the life of your SCR system, there's only one DEF to choose. Blue Def Platinum. The best just got better.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Yes, indeed, that's our number, and we've got lines available on a Thursday morning. Hope your week's going well. Weekend will be here before you know it. How about that? Let me see. Big Moose sends me an email. Hope everyone enjoys the holiday. Today is Jerry Lee Lewis's birthday. 86 years old and can still rock a circle around most of us. Well, how about that? Happy birthday, Jerry Lee. All right, back to the phone. Steve, what's happening this morning?
Hey, good morning, Steve. What was that last caller's name? Nutjob Louie?
Yeah, Lugnut Louie, yeah.
Oh, I thought it was Nutjob Louie. He should take his own advice. He should take his own advice and read that Hooked on Phonics, because I couldn't understand a damn word he was talking about. But Steve, I called to tell you from firsthand experience why the hospital system is overwhelmed. That's probably why Nutjob hasn't checked himself into a mental institution lately, because he can't get in. But yesterday, Steve, I Tuesday afternoon, I had to take my wife to the emergency room about 4 o'clock. And after a couple hours, they ran, the test and so forth. They got us in pretty much right away. There was hardly anybody there. So we waited from 6 p.m. to approximately midnight before they finally admitted her into a room upstairs. So 6 hours we sat around. So I was talking to the doctor and I was asking him questions, and you guys short-staffed? Nope, we're not short-staffed. We're just being overrun and overwhelmed. So, about 2 hours later, I go out into the lobby about 6 p.m. And Steve, the lobby is packed solid with people. So I take a glance around, and I would say about 80% of the people there wearing turbans and scarves, and so I kind of know where they're pretty much from, basically. And I couldn't overhelp listening to a conversation between the admissions lady and this couple that had brought in 4 children. They couldn't speak a lick of English. They had no social security numbers, no IDs. And I'm just shaking my head, and I'm like, this is unbelievable. These nurses, Steve, are working their butts off, and I feel really bad for them because they are just being bombarded by this system that Joe Biden doesn't care about, He really doesn't. With these open borders, it's just unbelievable what's going on in these hospitals, Steve. I mean, there were people literally screaming in the hallways for doctors, for nurses, waiting there for hours, not being able to see somebody. It's just absolutely a sad situation, what's going on. So the point being is these hospitals that are talking about firing these healthcare workers,
Yep.
suspending these healthcare workers for not getting vaccinated, it's just wrong what they are doing to these people. And it's appalling what they're doing to us, Steve, because if you have to take a loved one to the ER, get them admitted into the hospital, and I'll tell you what, Steve, you really can't leave them by themselves because, like my wife had issues last night, and she couldn't get off the gurney by herself to go to the bathroom. I mean, even today in the hospital, she cannot get out of bed with the medications that she's on, so she needs help. And God forbid if you call a nurse, you can't get them in your room for 20 minutes. So if you leave them alone, they're on their own. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
It's just absolutely a really sad situation, what's going on with our healthcare system. And today I pretty much lost it at lunchtime. You know, I had to go out for a while, and my wife had to get out of bed by herself, go to the bathroom, and I just lost it because she had no one there to help her. You know, my insurance company, you know who I work for, Steve. We have pretty much second to none health insurance. My health insurance pays thousands and thousands of dollars to these hospitals, nurses, and doctors. And I can't get a damn nurse to go in there to help my wife to get out of bed to go to the damn bathroom. It's just absolutely shocking what's going on. It really is. And this has all got to fall on the shoulders of these idiots that are running this government and overwhelming this system. You know, so I really feel bad for these healthcare workers. And speaking of the vaccine mandate, Steve, I was talking to my neighbor today across the street, and I said he's a country tour. He works for does tours for country bands around the Southwest, Southeast. And I said, hey, where you been in the last couple of weeks? Oh, I had COVID. I'm like, really? So he's better and getting better. So I asked him, I said, did you get vaccinated? Oh, yeah, I got vaccinated back in January. And speaking of the vaccination, the 10 people that worked for him with these tour bands, they all got COVID. And they were all vaccinated. So isn't that funny? You know? So we got to talking and how these vaccines aren't working. You know? It's just it's just a joke. So 10 of his employees were fully vaccinated about 6 months ago, and they all got COVID. They've all recovered, but they all got COVID. And Steve, the kicker is the guy that gave him the COVID was fully vaccinated.
Mm-hmm.
So this is all a damn lie. This whole thing is a big-ass lie for them to be forcing this crap down our throats and making people get forced to get a vaccine and say, you know what, if you don't get a vaccine, you're not going to be able to work in America. You're not going to have a job. And there's pieces out there today, Steve, that if you get fired for not having a vaccine, you're not going to be able to collect unemployment.
Correct.
You're not going to be able to get free money like the illegals are getting. Free money, free health care. You know, I'll tell you, Steve, I was so pissed off today. Just, I don't know. It's just no wonder people go bonkers out there and go postal. It's just crazy what's going on in this country. Thought I'd never see this in my day. But I just want to let some of the drivers know that called me this morning for their thoughts and their prayers, that I really appreciate it. But Steve, I'll tell you, some of the guys that I've met on the phone through your program are just absolutely awesome. And I really hope that I can meet them in person one day so I can shake their hand and get to know them a little better. But including that guy that made that delivery to you today.
There you go. Yeah.
He is a great American patriot, Steve. I love that guy. So with that, have a great show, and I'll be listening in. Thanks a lot, Steve.
Thanks for checking in, Steve. Have a good morning. It is 844-844-3388. Got to get our news update. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Chris Barnes.
Breaking news as Britney Spears' father is no longer her conservator. As reports say, a judge has removed Jamie Spears from the pop star's conservatorship, having certified public accountant John Zabel now take over through the end of the year. Britney Spears going in today's court proceedings knowing she had a powerful backer in Texas Republican Senator Ted Cruz.
For the court to throw out her lawyer based on a secret medical report that she couldn't access, the lawyer couldn't access, and couldn't be charged is something straight out of Kafka.
Cruz said if a cultural icon like Spears can't get justice, what does it say to the 1 million or so others in America under conservatorship? The U.S. House this evening approving a measure to suspend the nation's debt ceiling through December 2022. It now goes to the Senate, where it's expected to fail. This is USA Radio News.
Oh, according to research, 82% of people remember radio ads. That means that 82% of you listening right now will remember that this is an ad for ZipRecruiter. If you're hiring, 82% of you will recall that ZipRecruiter makes hiring faster and easier. And 82% of you will note that you can try ZipRecruiter for free today. But you have to go to ZipRecruiter.com/find. 82% of you will keep in mind that ZipRecruiter's technology finds qualified people for your job and actively invites them to apply.
Is that you? Who are you talking to?
82% of you will also know that I, live with my mom. But the most important thing to note is that ZipRecruiter works. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Will you be part of the 82% who remember where you can try ZipRecruiter for free? It's ZipRecruiter.com/find. Again, that exclusive link is ZipRecruiter.com/find. That's ZipRecruiter.com/find.
Top brass in the U.S. military were facing mounting pressure again today from lawmakers to explain the way the U.S. withdrawal from Afghanistan went and why. Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin acknowledging the evacuation mission at Kabul airport certainly wasn't perfect, but he also said he wanted to remind those lawmakers.
It was the largest airlift conducted in U.S. history, and it was executed in just 17 days.
Facebook debuting its new feature called Reels, R-E-E-L-S. The Reels feature allows users to create short-form videos with a multitude of editing options, try to keep up with TikTok. Meanwhile, YouTube is banning prominent anti-vaccine activists. It's, in fact, blocking all anti-vax content. The Google-owned video site making the announcement as part of a new set of policies that it says are aimed at cutting down on anti-vaccine content and misinformation overall. And this is USA Radio News.
Now you can fly anywhere in the world and pay discount prices on your airline tickets. Book a flight today to London, Paris, Madrid, or anywhere else you want to go and pay a lot less guaranteed. Call the International Travel Department right now at Low Cost Airlines.
800-215-5141. 800-215-5141. That's 800-215-5141.
Another lawsuit challenging a vaccine mandate, this time in Rhode Island, the vaccine mandate for healthcare workers there, getting a closer look by a federal judge now as a hearing was held on Wednesday regarding the matter, with the judge making no immediate decision on a request for a temporary restraining order. At the moment, workers have until Friday there in Rhode Island to get vaccinated or lose their jobs. Meanwhile, some lawmakers on Capitol Hill have been reacting to that. Some lawmakers on Capitol Hill are voicing their opinions on these mandates. With one example, here's USA Radio's Brad Bernards.
Utah Republican Senator Mike Lee unsuccessfully rolled out the first of a dozen bills Tuesday he has drafted to upend President Joe Biden's yet-to-be-issued vaccination mandate.
Someone who is serving as the President of the United States while issuing a sweeping federal mandate insists that this is not about freedom or personal choice. It is. It necessarily is.
He said the president's strong-arm push to force Americans to choose between decisions affecting their health and providing for their families is wrong. From the USA Radio News, West Texas Bureau, I'm Brad Bernards.
And there's a possibility meth addicts in California could soon get paid for getting clean and sober. The Recovery Incentives Act has already been given the green light by that state's House and Senate. It's awaiting the Governor Gavin Newsom's signature. And for USA Radio News, I'm Chris Barnes.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel particulate filter regeneration.
the DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Well, I'd say that's probably not a good thing. Truth Czar sent me several links. China has confirmed the loss of the Chang'e-10 satellite. Despite an otherwise successful liftoff this past Monday, the Chang'e-10 satellite launched to space on a long March 3B rocket, lifting off from the Satellite Launch Center in southwest China at about 4:20 a.m. Eastern Time this past Monday. Now, that spacecraft was China's second orbital launch of the day, following another satellite launch that lifted off in northwest China about 2:19 a.m., just a few hours earlier. That craft is reported to have entered orbit successfully. State media released a statement confirming the Chang'e-10 satellite failure, claiming the spacecraft was not functioning as expected and has been lost after a normal flight the day before. Now, shortly after liftoff Monday, a flash in the night sky was seen over New South Wales, Australia. That flash likely caused by a burn of the upper stage of the long 3B rocket, which at the time suggested the launch was on course. The name and purpose of this payload has not been confirmed prior to launch. However, data from the U.S. Space Force showed the payload was targeting a geosynchronous orbit around Earth. A few hours after launch, an object was cataloged, confirming that the Chang'e-10 satellite had successfully separated from the upper stage. While the launch vehicle was confirmed to have performed normally, the satellite experienced abnormal operating conditions during launch and was ultimately declared a failure on Tuesday of this week. So where does it go, I guess? It's been less than a year ago when they had a launch, and it was like, what did the upper stage after separation that was lost and burned up in the atmosphere, I think somewhere over the ocean out there, which is the most likely outcome in these sort of scenarios. But all right, we'll have to get updates on that. Obviously, they're going to be studying, watching carefully, if they can locate the darn thing, when it's going to be coming back, where it may potentially burn up in the atmosphere, somewhere around the planet. Hey, good morning, Grump.
What's up, other than a satellite? Isn't that something?
I hope I ain't around somebody with some extremely bad damn luck, because it'd be my luck. It'd hit them right between the eyes, and the rest of it would get me. But yeah, I've never seen beef prices, and we haul it. That's all we do. And I've never seen beef prices so damn high in my life. And it seems like every trip I make, I'm on a dedicated run that goes up to Maryland and then back to Midwest. But it seems like every run I have something, a case that's rejected for whatever reason, or something that's not on an invoice or whatever. And I'll tell you what, Steve, I've probably got in the last year, I know we've had. Well, I had to buy another freezer. We've got about probably 350, 400 pounds of steaks and ground beef, and just a lot of stuff in our freezer that we've had extra. And yeah, it's a good perk. I mean, hell, he ain't buying, doesn't have to buy beef, but it does suck, man. I know, as much right now as high as it is, I don't know where the end's at of it. But man, I'll tell you, tonight, I usually, I get out and spot somebody in the parking place, and I caught all this on my dash cam. But this gal was driving a truck for that company out of Springfield, Missouri, and she couldn't back her damn trailer into a parking space. Well, actually, it was 2 parking spaces side by side that was empty. And she hit 3 trucks in the process and would not listen. I mean, I got out and was talking to her. Another guy said, look, pull up, turn to the left a little bit. She turned to the right, stomped the gas pedal, bam, right into something. I said, you on drugs or something? I mean, you can't be this damn stupid. And, it was just pissing off everybody. And so they, somebody got a hold of the company, her company, and, had a chat with them. And so I got another guy here. He's seen it too. And so I wound up sending him the dash cam video of it. And, I feel sorry for people like that, man. I mean, in a way, I guess I do. I know they need a job and everything, but they don't. They need to be a whopper flopper or something like that, not a damn truck driver. I mean, it's ridiculous when you can't follow simple instructions. Now here and Gouger will tell you the same damn thing. We back into some tight spots, these meat facilities and food warehouses and stuff. Some of them are really, really snug to get in. I wouldn't want somebody like, I'd be out, doing anything to disable a damn truck to keep tearing my hood up. I'm not kidding you, man. It's getting that way out here. And, it's just like, here in Indiana, hell, if construction barrels are not the state flower, I don't know what the hell is. Everywhere you look up and down through here, it's the same stuff. Just construction. And right back here, everybody's slowing down, left lane's ending, everybody's in the right lane doing their thing, and here comes one of them morons from Plainfield, Illinois, that group of people that come over from the Baltics or wherever, racing down, trying to cut over in front of everybody, knocked over half a dozen damn barrels in the process. They have absolutely, this is the problem we're seeing right now, with all these foreign drivers that are coming over here, all these visa drivers that are coming over here. The bad part about it is they bring their damn horrible driving habits with them to the United States. And I have written letters. I've petitioned the Transportation Safety Board. I talked to OIDA. I've talked to everybody about finding out the demographics of everyone that's having the accidents. Are they visa drivers? Are they from the big ATA companies? How long have they been driving? Instead of just saying, we got to change these regulations and we got to do this and we got to do that because trucks are having increased accidents. Well, let's find out who in the hell they are. Maybe that's the problem. It might not be the regular truck drivers that actually invested their lives into these trucks, and Lord knows how many hundreds of thousands of damn dollars in equipment. But yet you get some of these big companies, like a lot of these big ATA companies, that are just giddy over the fact that they don't have drivers that are wanting here in the United States that are wanting to go to work for them. because of all the hell they got to put up with and the low pay and just a lot of different things and treated like a damn number. So they're, of course they're fishing for these foreign drivers to come over here and drive a truck. We get some good ones. Don't get me wrong. I've talked to some, come out of Australia and places like that. A couple of, out of England and different places. Good people, good drivers. But it's these guys that are coming out of the damn Congo. They're coming out of some of the Siberian country regions and just different areas like that really, there's not much verification on what it takes to be a truck driver. So they, stick a truck between their legs and say, here, go make us some damn money. They love that 179 days that them visas are good for. And then they send them home. They'll pay for their plane ticket and stuff. Them guys is living in their damn trucks. They don't need an apartment or whatever. They're sending money home. They live in their trucks, and then when their visa is ready to expire, they send them home, rotate them back, a week later under the same, for the same reason. But it's getting to the point right now where, we really need to find out more about the demographics of those that are having accidents. That's to me, instead of these idiots that are talking about speed limiters on trucks, and maybe they need driver limiters or something. Maybe they need to find out exactly where these guys are coming from, how long they have been driving. I would say if you're going to come over here and drive a truck, you have to have at least 10 years experience before you can hit our highways. Unless you're, come over as a citizen, you're a natural born, of course, and you want to get in the truck or whatever, and you know what you're doing. And, the training programs have to be a hell of a lot better than what they are right now. But some of these guys that are coming over from the Congo and from Zimbabwe and so many other places, Somalia, China. I talked to a guy the other day that's a visa driver from China, and it's just, his English was fairly good and stuff like that. He acted like he was, really, really enjoying what he was doing and stuff. But I'm thinking, damn, you're telling me that there's not one American that wants to fill that position? I just have to call bull on a lot of that. I think that a lot of these big companies has made it so difficult for drivers to drive a truck, and they've made it such an onerous thing for them to do. Give us that 6 weeks out on the road. We'll give you, 3 days off with your damn family, once in a while, or you can watch your kids grow up on a cell phone.
Mm-hmm.
That's the mentality of a lot of these people, a lot of these big companies. And, it was laughable, number one, when they wanted the e-logs in there. And I said, well, we just want a level playing field. A level playing field. What's that? What are you talking about? Hell, when they can control, these big companies, are controlling 60% of the freight through their logistics organizations that's out here on the highways and stuff like that, and they're bitching about a level playing field, they can set the rates at whatever they want to. It just blows my mind. And plus they're self-insured, so they don't, they really don't have a hell of a lot to say. If somebody tears up something, they just send their ass back to whatever country they come from, and hey, we'll send us another one. Maybe he can drive a little better than that one. This kind of thing. It's hell. I'd like to have a level playing field. To where, we're treated with a little bit more respect than what is actually being seen in the public. Because you got these guys that, like I said, they're having all kinds of accidents, like that idiot knocking over a bunch of damn barrels. One that hit 3 trucks and in a matter of 5 minutes. Here she's backing up, smacked the truck, pull forward, smacked the truck, overcut, smacked another truck.
Wow.
And we're trying to stop her, and she ain't listening. And it's, this is the level playing field that I want. I want them off the damn road. You want a level playing field? Then how about invest yourself in a little bit in this trucking industry? This is what burns my ass. It's been such a temporary job for so long for so many people. Let's just go out here and drive a truck long enough to make a little money and get our bills caught up, and then to hell with it. We'll go back to whatever it is. I'm wanting that local job, where I can make that $30 an hour or whatever it is. And, hell, it's just crazy anymore. And plus, everything else that's going on in this country right now, hell, it wouldn't surprise me a damn bit if Joe Biden wasn't passing out CDLs to all these Afghans that are over here, and everybody else that's coming across the damn border here. You know, we need truck drivers. You guys come on. You know, we'll find you a job. You know, I'm sure the ATA, you know, they're big proponents of that shit. You know, they you never know what the hell they're going to do.
Yep.
So it's you know, it's a shot in the dark on things, Steve, and it's just, I don't know, man. I'm getting sick of it. I love what I do. I've been doing this for almost 30 years now, ever since I retired out of the Air Force, and you know, the reserves and everything. But I love what I do. You know, I think I take my business serious, and it's like, I don't know. It's just like nobody gives a damn anymore about the American truck driver, even though we're out here slugging around, you know, for COVID and every damn thing else. But it's this mentality that, you know, it's just such a horrible job. Let's just stick whoever wants to drive a truck in a damn truck. Well, there's a reason why they can't get American drivers. You know, when you regulations, you look at what goes on in this country. You know, so many of the harshest regulations. California, you know, if you got tint over your windows or something like that, you know, that exceeds a certain level. Well, hell, there's $1,000 fine. You know, if you're driving off duty for whatever reason and some officer interprets it as something that shouldn't be happening, you know, even though your company may say, you know, hey, that's perfectly legal. Well, let's stick it on the driver. Well, what's the company do? I don't know him. You know, I don't know that fool. You know, I didn't say do that. Yeah, you did. You know, I mean, this is so many interpretations of this job of 49 CFR. It's been left up. It's been an ambiguous kind of regulation to begin with. You know, it's left up to the officer's interpretation on so many events. And the person that gets screwed the most is that poor old sap that just started driving a truck. You know, it's just, and then they got a bad taste in their mouth already and say, well, I'm done. You know, call the Congo or call Zimbabwe, bring some of them fellas over here. You know, hell ain't going to find them. If they do, they'll just send them home. But you know what I'm saying, man? It's been like this for a long time, and it seems like it's getting a little bit worse with all the crazies out here trying to drive a truck. I mean, right now rates are through the roof. I'm making, you know, more money than I can, you know, ever believed I would make, as an owner operator. But you look at what's going on in so many company trucks. I remember when I started driving a truck, hell, it was, you know, 22 cents a mile for a company driver, 25 cents if he was experienced. And now they start you out, you know, 55, 56 cents a mile. You know, which is an unbelievable amount of money, you know, for driving a truck. Like this idiot right here, I'm sure you heard that. Well, hell, he's off the road there, got his phone up texting, passing me. And
he's on the rumble strip. I heard that. All right, I've got to get a quick time out in here, but we return in 2. I detect a tad bit of frustration in the Grump's voice. Correct? The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Some say their truck reflects who they are, dependable and reliable. That's why you trust Blue Def. Now the best just got better. Introducing Blue Def Platinum, a revolutionary innovation with advanced System Shield technology to significantly reduce harmful deposits, to maintain fuel economy, save money on costly repairs, and sustain the life of your SCR system. There's only one DEF to choose. Blue Def Platinum. The best just got better.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with isolator. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch fore-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Okay, we'll be getting to our bottom of the hour news break just ahead here. I think I share this on an annual basis. They always have this best company to drive for. Top 20 for hire U.S. trucking companies. Truckload Carriers Association announcing the 2 winning companies in their annual ranking of the top for hire North American trucking companies to drive for. This year, the TCA named Illinois-based Nussbaum Transportation in the large carrier category and Massachusetts-based Boyle Transportation in the small carrier category as co-winners of the Best Fleets to Drive For contest. Announced earlier this week during the 2021 Truckload Carriers Association annual convention taking place in Las Vegas. Nussbaum, which employs 417 drivers, has been ranked as top large carrier to drive for 2 years in a row now. Boyle, which employs 145 drivers, was named as the top fleet to drive for in the small carrier category, also second year in a row. Back in January of this year, they released the listing of the top 20 best fleets to drive for. Those companies in the top 20 list were all nominated by drivers. From there, they get driver feedback, interviews with company management, benefits, advancement opportunities, all taken into consideration to choose the top companies. Now, again, that list back in January. Let's run down maybe the top 5, top 10. Let's see, you had American Central Transport. I guess they're actually alphabetical, so that's American Central, Bison Transport, Boyle Transportation, Central Oregon Truck Company out of Oregon, Challenger Trucking, Chief Carriers, Herb Transport, and on down the line, but you get the drill there. Top 2, though, congratulations, I suppose, to Nussbaum Transportation and Boyle Transportation for their recognition by the Truckload Carriers Association. We return, get back to your calls just ahead. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Chris Barnes.
It looks like the federal government will steer clear of a shutdown after all, as Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer has announced that an agreement has been reached on a stopgap government funding bill, a measure that's expected to be voted on Thursday morning as the government would run out of money later that night. Earlier in the day, when there was no agreement in sight, the White House was trying to get Republicans to sign on.
Because everybody should believe that we need to protect the full faith and credit of the United States. We're disappointed that that's not the view shared by Republicans right now.
White House spokeswoman Jen Psaki there again hours before the apparent agreement, which will raise the debt ceiling. Britney Spears' father is no longer her conservator. A judge has removed Jamie Spears from the pop star's conservatorship, and now a public accountant will be taking over through the end of the year. This is USA Radio News.
Hi, this is Michael, creator of Michael's MNP supplements. Let's talk energy. Do you wake up tired even after a full night's sleep? Does keeping up with your family and or your job leave you exhausted by noon? Do you find yourself turning way too early in the day and too often to caffeine-loaded drinks just to get you through it all? Why not turn to Michael's MNP's Energy Factors instead? Our energy factors are safe, healthy, and a natural way to keep your body energized and without that caffeine crash that you get from those laden drinks. Visit us today at michaelshealth.com.
This is Pastor Greg, and I use Energy Factors. They're great. Order yours today at michaelshealth.com. That's michaelshealth.com, and use Pastor Greg for your special discount. That's Pastor Greg, and get your special discount today.
You're listening to The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels are cleaner, but they leave injector deposits, causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is a 6-in-1 fuel additive recommended for all diesel engines. It is formulated with the most concentrated detergent on the market, a top-tier level cetane booster, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, starting at the fuel tank and traveling throughout the fuel lines and fuel pump, and finally completely cleaning your injectors. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme improves your diesel's fuel economy and eliminates excessive black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com from the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
PureFlow AirDog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow AirDog.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Hey, we jump right back into it here. Rolling into a Thursday. That's Steve Sommers' Overnight Drive, and good to have you with us. Final day of September, you believe that? September 30th? And back to the phones here. Always moving. Hey there.
Good morning. Thank you for taking my call, and thank you to Chris Kabralchek for putting all of this together so that we can all enjoy you again and enjoy each other. So thank you. Real quick, I saw a really cool truck this evening. It was one of those double-decker flatbed kind of things that hauls cars. And what was neat was it had green lights within the tire rims that were lit up, and then it had a blue light between the cab and like on the back of the cab, and then it had the red lights around it, and it was really pretty going down the highway. And that's what I'm talking about. I like pretty. That's why I called in that one night about the lights. So that was really pretty. And I saw a really cool car the other night. The best way to describe it, it looked like a stealth bomber, a seamless stealth bomber. It was, I don't know what it was. It was a kind of like a charcoal gray, brown, black, all one color. Even the taillights, there was no discernible color on it. There was, and even underneath of it looked like that. I mean, like I was following behind it, and it had two exhaust pipes on either side, and they were black. They were the same color, and like, you know how you would look like maybe it was like the bumper, everything was all that same color, and the side of it, it had a thin, kind of like an upside down U of chrome across the back. And the emblem was the circle with the upside down Y. I forget what kind of brand of car that is.
Wow.
It was sharp as all get out. I mean, it was really cool. And the only thing that I thought, ooh, that's not good, was because the tail lights are the same color. Everything on it is the same color. There's no difference to it at all. But when he hit the brakes, the red lights, the brake lights were just very thin lines on either side on the back. And I went, wow, those are really small. I mean, it's not alerting anybody to it. And in the right shade of the evening or at night, that would be hard to see that that's a brake light. It wasn't even bright. But as soon as he let off the brake, it disappeared back into this brownish black color again. It was cool. It was the neatest thing I'd seen on the road. And I also would like to thank Grump for his call yesterday morning, about 4:40 in the morning, about the Supreme Court. It was incredibly full, very informative. Thoroughly enjoyed it. I would give that his number one call that I've ever heard. So thank you, Grump, for that. I really enjoyed what you had to say. Now, to Baby Bear's question, I did hear her question last night about if there is a natural genetic hereditary immunity to COVID-19. So today, the head COVID person for the hospital was walking by my desk. I said, Doc, can you come here and answer a few questions? I'm a very, very, very busy man, but always polite, always takes time to answer questions. And so I asked him, and he said, so I said, is there a natural immunity? And he said, so you're talking about hereditary genetic as opposed to I've had COVID and now can I get it again? And I said, correct. I'm talking hereditary genetic. He said, I don't know. And he said, I don't think we do know because it's too new. They haven't studied it enough. And he said, to find those answers, you have to know who to study. And he said, one of the problems with this is you can have it and not know you have it.
Correct.
So you don't have a group that you can study because you don't know who has what. So he said, what we do is, as you know, in the community, the medical community and the science community, is they study those who do have it. So they're collecting the data on all the people who do come down with it, such as age, race, blah, 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 all the way through. And they look for the common denominators between them. So many of them have this, they all have that. Majority of them have this or that. And he said, and then we work backwards from that until, we can study it more. And I said, oh, okay, well, that makes sense. And so he said, to be honest, he said, I don't know. I don't know, and I don't think anybody knows at this point. It's just too new. And so I said, well, another person made a comment that they had heard that a smoker's lungs were more protected from the COVID-19 because of the tar that coats the lungs. And he was very quick to shake his head and say, that is totally incorrect.
Okay.
He said, damaged lungs are way more susceptible to it. And I said, well, I understand where the thought process was, that it was like a coating. And he shook his head and he said, no, 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 no. He said, that is a sticky coating that's on the lungs. And that's no. And with the mask on and shaking his head no from side to side, I was having a hard time understanding what he said after that. But he was very quick to say no. But I did definitely hear him talk about it was a sticky coating.
Okay.
And that the damaged lungs are very susceptible to it. So that was his answer. And I hope Baby Bear hears that. He is incredibly intelligent and incredibly nice. No reason to have any kind of a conspiracy theory to him. Literally was voted Doctor of the Year by his peers. I mean, he's just a really, really person that led the hospital and all this, and very, very thoughtful. So he didn't say a definitive answer about, yes, we have all the answers to this. I mean, he was very honest in saying, we don't know, it's just too new. But, I understood where his thought process was when he explained it to me.
Well, I guess,
and I appreciated him taking the time.
And as far as Baby Bear's question is concerned, I mean, if at some point, if they could find individuals that maybe do have some sort of a natural immunity, they could use them to study what is it that their genetic makeup has that makes them immune, which might be beneficial for others.
Right, and that is where the genetics is like huge right now in medicine. I mean, it is huge. And I was all excited after graduating with my second degree. I had an interview at Cincinnati Children's, and the job that I interviewed for was in the genetics department. And I was extremely excited about that position. I didn't get it, which is fine. God had other plans for me. Mm-hmm. But the genetics is just incredibly, incredibly huge in what they're doing. So I'm sure they will, find something out. But like he said, it's just too new right now. They just haven't studied it enough. And that kind of goes to, well, gee, do we know if the vaccine's going to work or not? You're looking at the process of the vaccine as opposed to, they've been using this process of the vaccine for so long that, that's what they're basing their yes, this is going to work kind of thing. But at the same time, you are dealing with something new and different. And so, I can understand where what he was saying, some people would say, see, they don't know enough about it. Well, no, because it's new. I mean, but you got to start somewhere. You got to gather the information and go with it. And, there have been people worldwide, I mean, millions of people that have been vaccinated. So, and they are studying it and gathering it, and doing what they can with it. So, to glean the information, but it'll take time to see it play out and all, but they just do so many great things with genetics now that they can predetermine, they can see. I mean, it's amazing. It's just, it's just amazing what they can do with that. So I'm sure they will eventually figure something out. Last summer, back when it was, fairly early, one of the nurses had said that she had read that they thought there was a particular blood type that was resistant to it. But again, that was so early in it. Who knows where that one, who knows where that came from.
Right.
And it was kind of like all over the news at that time. But it disappeared within a couple of weeks and you never heard anything more about it. And, there's been other, I think we found it kind of things that you've heard on the news and then it disappears very quickly. So I don't know if it's because the study group is too small or what. But I did kind of look around online. It was recommending the CDC to go to for information. That I trusted who I talked to today more than anything, because he's just that honest of a person.
Okay.
And that so that was it. And I hope Baby Bear hears that and can take it. And maybe we'll find something out later on. But in the meantime, there you go. So thank you very much, and everybody have a wonderful weekend. And That's all I got for you for now.
Thanks for your input, and yeah, appreciate you doing a little homework for us, right? A little background research. There you go. Okay, it's 844-844-3388. Back into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Are you having trouble sleeping? Are you tired all the time? Growing older is a fact of life. Our skin starts to wrinkle, muscles get weaker, and our energy levels plummet. If there was a product that may help you slow down these symptoms of aging, would you be interested? I want you to go to getonthegel.com. That is getonthegel.com. Watch this 4-minute video that explains more about this amazing product. Or call us at Youth Fountain HGH today at 513-472-0699 for more information.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com from the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you tired of those tax problems following you around like a dark cloud, always in the back of your mind, losing sleep at night? Call me now and get your life back. 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Pretending they're not there won't make them go away. The IRS isn't going to forget. They will levy your bank account and garnish your wages. Don't wait for that to happen. I'm not telling you these things to scare you. I'm telling you so you can benefit from my years of experience. Now is the time to act. 888-557-4020.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Well, first I've seen that. You got some older devices, electronic devices. According to the report, they might stop working today. Do what? The internet connectivity on older tech devices and smart gadgets could stop working today, Thursday, after a key digital certificate required to access websites safely expires. Let's Encrypt is a nonprofit organization that's the largest issuer of what they call digital certificates, which encrypts and protects the connection between devices and websites on the internet, will be forced to expire one of their most popular digital certificates. It's called the Ident Trust DST Root CAX3, whatever that means. Today is the day. This means several phones, computers, video game consoles, smart gadgets, and Internet of Things devices purchased before 2017 that use the Let's Encrypt digital certificate in question and has not updated their software since then may face significant issues connecting to the internet. The problem will primarily affect popular devices such as iPhones running iOS 9 or lower, Android phones running below the 2.3.6 software, Windows computers running software prior to XP, SP3, Sony's PlayStation 3 and PS4 game consoles, and the Nintendo 3DS. Certain older devices from 2016 and before, and any gadget that has the word smart in it that requires internet connectivity, like certain televisions, bulbs, refrigerators, and home control applications, could also be affected by this for certificate expiration. It's not clear how big of a problem this is going to be, but something somewhere is certainly going to break. There's going to be a bunch of fires tomorrow, and we'll just have to put them out. And he's not talking about actual flames. He's talking about people that are going to be saying, what the hell's going on? Why won't this work? Now, they say this problem has flown under the radar of many manufacturers, including big tech companies, Apple, Google, Sony, Microsoft, none of which have made announcements to customers that may face potential issues. This is one of the first major digital certificates to expire since the advent of the internet in the 1980s. Therefore, there is no precedent for how to solve the problem besides updating the software on devices. There have been no squeaky wheels, so no one has oiled it. It's a brand new problem. Something called planned obsolescence, making it obsolete, which makes tech devices stop working properly after a certain number of years. That's part of the reason these problems occur. Many tech companies like Apple do not promise users a smooth experience for customers after they've owned a device for several years. So it's one of those deals where you'll just get frustrated and say, screw it, and go buy something new, right? Now, some companies have been proactive about educating customers about the problem. Some companies got lazy, didn't do their homework. They expect customers to just figure it out on their own. If the issues start occurring on older devices, although there is a significant risk of millions of devices not working at some point today, some internet experts say it could affect every device in a different fashion. We really just don't know exactly what will happen. Remember the whole Y2K thing when we were going to go from 1999 into the year 2000? I mean, it was supposed to be, like the end of the world. It could be like Y2K, a big warning, and nothing happens. Or you could see a lot of people rushing to fix their devices or looking to purchase new ones. Oh, to which I think good luck with that, because just like the semiconductor shortage is impacting the automobile industry, it's the same with smartphones and laptops and computers and gadgets, game consoles. Yeah, they're all almost vying for the same chips. They're actually button heads. The auto manufacturers want the game console makers to not order as many, and it's just the opposite for the game makers because they're rolling into the busiest time of year to sell all the latest and greatest video game technology and updates and new console stations. All right, interesting to find out about that on the day it's supposed to occur. Has anyone heard anything about that? Truth Czar, thank you for the heads up on that one. All right, rolling toward top of the hour, we'll get a news update. What's going on with Chevy Guy?
I don't know. For the last 10 minutes, I've sitting here scratching my head. What the heck? In other words, by the end of the day, my phone may not work.
I guess it depends on how old it is.
Yeah, wow. I ain't never heard nothing of it.
Right.
Oh, I wanted to update on my son, and Steve was right. I've seen my son push the button. We go up on Sunday. We missed last Sunday. and we'll sit with him for, all day. I mean, the boy's sitting there, and the doctor's fighting for his finger. They had to take, yesterday they had to rush in and go in when they checked the bandage. His pinky finger finally got. So now all he has is a pointer finger and a thumb, and they've taken the knuckles all the way down. So the boy's been sitting there for, a month and 3 weeks, and it's like you're just sitting there watching him cut his body parts off, slow a little at a time. So prayers for him, and prayers for Steve's wife. And he's right. I mean, I don't need to meet any of y'all. Anybody that knows me don't like me anyhow. I'm a little bit of I'm not a dumbass. I do actually try to study what I got. I know what I argue about, but I am a smartass. Pardon my language here, ladies. French. Obviously, I have learned a little French over time. But, Moose said something yesterday. Guys was on there was talking, and, they don't know what they're doing. They don't know what they're doing. And Moose says, no, this is genius what they're doing. I mean, the very people that are yelling around saying, and they're accusing the Republicans of being a threat to democracy, are the very ones that have totally destroyed democracy in this country. Mike Lindell proved it through the electronics and this in mail-in ballots. Don't worry about California. The only thing I got, if you're a conservative in California, if there any way you can move, find a conservative state. But we were never going to get California anyway. I mean, even if you remember Arnold Schwarzenegger, he was an average Democrat when you put it right down to the point. Mail-in ballots, California, whoop-de-doo. We weren't going to, it's just like worrying about mail-in ballots to New York State or New York City. I mean, you already lost them. But there you go. They've stolen the democracy. They've stolen the vote of the people. Now, it's a democracy. It is a true democracy when we vote in the states. But as soon as we vote in the states and it goes to the Electoral College, it becomes a republic. And all we do is vote to get them sent up there. And then after that, they go in there and then they run our government. It's ingenious. They've denied democracy in the will of the people. According to Mike Lindell, 80 million voted for Trump, 65 for Biden. So it's ingenious what they've done to get their way. And it does seem like, I'll go with Grump when you think about it. They're opening up the doors and flying them in here and voting them in here. They're bringing them in. What it is, the lower middle class has finally started to get a little bit ahead. I mean, it just, if the share of the wealth has finally come down to the bottom, and they don't want to have to pay for the labor, so they want cheaper labor. Who are they? It's the swamp, and that's an easy term for it. So now they want to override. It's just more than them voting Democrat. They want the cheap labor, and I think that's some of the Republicans are there too. We're seeing something in America that I never dreamed we'd have in our lifetime. But listen to me. You know what? I'm going to say something. I believe this country could go totally communist. Now listen to me. And there are people that are absolutely blessed by God that will prosper even in that, because a daggum communist needs his car fixed too. People like Moose, I believe, once he puts his mind to doing something, no matter what the world is going on around him, I mean, he's going to find a pile of junk out in the woods somewhere, and he's going to bring it home. He's going to, in 7 weeks, going to turn it into a dream machine. Mm-hmm. There's people who are going to figure out how to prosperity. But I do have, when it comes to my faith, I do believe that if God says it's time, and in the scripture it talks about every nation on the earth shall turn against Israel, it don't matter what we do, it's going to happen. But I think Moose was right this morning. It's a genius plan to overtake the not from the government to the people, but from the people to the government. And we've actually seen where they're flipping it. And I will still say this: go out and vote, everybody. It's the only tool we have. The only people up there now that are questioning the actions of this government and checking the little power they do have are people that Republicans went out and voted for and won the elections. So I got to admit, this coming election, just coming down to a year, I'm scared to death, but it's going to tell all, I believe, when we get to that point where we are at. But
let's just hope by the time
let's
just hope by the time we get to that election, we have confidence that when we do cast a ballot, it will be counted. It'll be counted once, and that's it. And everyone gets their one vote. I hope and pray we don't have this whole concern about these Dominion voting machines and being hacked. And they did pass legislation here a few weeks ago. Did you caught the fact that there's a new rule that voting machines will not be allowed to have any sort of access to an internet connection, supposedly at any point in time. So at least that's a step in the right direction, if you ask me. Hey, we're up to top of the hour, a little behind. We'll get our news update. Lines available at 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hotshot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Chris Barnes.
Breaking news as Britney Spears' father is no longer her conservator. As reports say, a judge has removed Jamie Spears from the pop star's conservatorship, having certified public accountant John Zabel now take over through the end of the year. Britney Spears going in today's court proceedings knowing she had a powerful backer in Texas Republican Senator Ted Cruz.
For the court to throw out her lawyer based on a secret medical report that she couldn't access, the lawyer couldn't access, and couldn't be charged is something straight out of Kafka.
Cruz said if a cultural icon like Spears can't get justice, what does it say to the 1 million or so others in America under conservatorship? The U.S. House this evening approving a measure to suspend the nation's debt ceiling through December 2022. It now goes to the Senate, where it's expected to fail. This is USA Radio News.
Oh, according to research, 82% of people remember radio ads. That means that 82% of you listening right now will remember that this is an ad for ZipRecruiter. If you're hiring, 82% of you will recall that ZipRecruiter makes hiring faster and easier. And 82% of you will note that you can try ZipRecruiter for free today. But you have to go to ZipRecruiter.com/find. 82% of you will keep in mind that ZipRecruiter's technology finds qualified people for your job and actively invites them to apply.
Scott, is that you? Who are you talking to?
82% of you will also know that I, live with my mom. But the most important thing to note is that ZipRecruiter works. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Will you be part of the 82% who remember where you can try ZipRecruiter for free? It's ZipRecruiter.com/find. Again, that exclusive link is ZipRecruiter.com/find. That's ZipRecruiter.com/find.
Top brass in the U.S. military were facing mounting pressure again today from lawmakers to explain the way the U.S. withdrawal from Afghanistan went and why. Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin acknowledging the evacuation mission at Kabul airport certainly wasn't perfect, but he also said he wanted to remind those lawmakers.
It was the largest airlift conducted in U.S. history, and it was executed in just 17 days.
Facebook debuting its new feature called Reels, R-E-E-L-S. The Reels feature allows users to create short-form videos with a multitude of editing options, try to keep up with TikTok. Meanwhile, YouTube is banning prominent anti-vaccine activists. It's, in fact, blocking all anti-vax content. The Google-owned video site making the announcement as part of a new set of policies that it says are aimed at cutting down on anti-vaccine content and misinformation overall. And this is USA Radio News.
Now you can fly anywhere in the world and pay discount prices on your airline tickets. Book a flight today to London, Paris, Madrid, or anywhere else you want to go. And pay a lot less guaranteed. Call the International Travel Department right now at Low Cost Airlines.
800-215-5141. 800-215-5141. That's 800-215-5141.
Another lawsuit challenging a vaccine mandate, this time in Rhode Island, the vaccine mandate for healthcare workers there, getting a closer look by a federal judge now as a hearing was held on Wednesday regarding the matter, with the judge making no immediate decision on a request for a temporary restraining order. At the moment, workers have until Friday there in Rhode Island to get vaccinated or lose their jobs. Meanwhile, some lawmakers on Capitol Hill have been reacting to that. Some lawmakers on Capitol Hill are voicing their opinions on these mandates. With one example, here's USA Radio's Brad Bernards.
Utah Republican Senator Mike Lee unsuccessfully rolled out the first of a dozen bills Tuesday he has drafted to upend President Joe Biden's yet-to-be-issued vaccination mandate.
Someone who is serving as the President of the United States while issuing a sweeping federal mandate insists that this is not about freedom or personal choice. It is. It necessarily is.
He said the president's strong-arm push to force Americans to choose between decisions affecting their health and providing for their families is wrong. From the USA Radio News, West Texas Bureau, I'm Brad Bernards.
And there's a possibility meth addicts in California could soon get paid for getting clean and sober. The Recovery Incentives Act has already been given the green light by that state's House and Senate. It's awaiting the Governor Gavin Newsom's signature. And for USA Radio News, I'm Chris Barnes.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Thank you much, and welcome back. We've been talking for weeks and weeks about the supply chain shortages. And things just don't really seem to be getting any better. The ports of LA and Long Beach. Update this past day from CBS LA. As an estimated 500,000 containers are sitting on those ships off the Southern California coast. Many wondering, how do we handle the backlog? Few are more frustrated about the backlog at the ports than the truck drivers in the chaos. They say that a truck driver shortage is not the problem. They say the port needs to speed up the wait times and have more dock help ready to offload the containers. I've got friends right now that are in line from 9 o'clock in the morning, and they can't pull the load yet, said one truck driver. The people inside, they get paid by the hour, but not the drivers. Some blame outdated infrastructure, importers with nowhere to store the containers, and dock help not keeping up with the demand. They spoke to another driver. He said, last night I was there from 8 o'clock to 3 in the morning. They kicked me out because they leave at 3 o'clock. There's one crane for 60 trucks. It's ridiculous. They have 2 other cranes just sitting there. The executive director of the Port of Los Angeles said he's just started a new program called Accelerate Cargo LA. He's asking for the Federal Reserve System to step in and help. He said over the last 10 years, the federal government and Congress have out-invested West Coast ports at a rate of 11-1. That's got to change. And with this infrastructure bill pending, a vote in Congress this week, we need all eyes on Los Angeles. This is what 10 years of underinvestment looks like. And we need to move forward. But if that's the case, one crane for 60 trucks. You sit there from 8 p.m. till 3 a.m. Sat there 7 hours and didn't even get a container. We're shutting the doors. We're locking the gates. Got to move on, trucker. That's 500,000 containers. That's insanity. Meanwhile, back to the phones. Good morning, Eagle.
Okay. Yeah, how you doing tonight? I got another update on some things that I learned today, Steve, about the border situation. Even more appalling than what I learned yesterday. Do you know this, Steve? Can you believe that Joe Biden had the nerve to say today or either yesterday that Border Patrol agents will be terminated if they are not vaccinated? Yeah, he's more concerned about a Border Patrol agent being vaccinated than these Haitian refugees that just came into the USA. Over 10,000 people. He's not worried about these individuals, but he wants to terminate Border Patrol agents. What'd you say?
I saw the headline on that, Eagle. Is that just mind-boggling or what? Yeah, they just cut 12,000 loose into the country last weekend, and they weren't even tested for COVID, let alone vaccinated. And now they're trying to mandate that the Border Patrol agents get the shot or lose their job. It's insane.
Yeah, it makes no sense, Steve. This guy here, they got this whole thing all backwards. It seems like Joe Biden is more concerned with mandating good, hard-working American people than vaccinating the bad people that's trying to come into the country unauthorized, man. It just makes no sense the way Joe Biden is doing business in the United States of America. And like I said, I don't know if you said last night, and I saw that myself about Barack Obama. I don't know if Obama is playing games or just trying to be an instigator. But even Obama said that the way Joe Biden is going with the immigration policy it's not going to work. Even Obama, as dumb as he is, even he can realize what Joe Biden doing on the border is wrong. And that's like I told you last night, that should scare everybody in the United States right now, that Barack Obama is smart enough to see that what Joe Biden doing is wrong. But you know something, Steve? I seen that other video that you was talking about today, and I was totally appalled at what I seen. American people, they better wake up and they better take notice. Right now at the border of Mexico and Guatemala, Steve, I don't know how to say the name of this town in Mexico, but they got at least 15 to 20,000 Haitian refugees in a football stadium just waiting to make their move and head towards the United States of America. They interviewed some of these people today. I was looking at Fox News, and this guy said that their ultimate goal is to get into the United States of America. They even have Joe Biden. This is how I know that these people are sponsored by George Soros, Steve. One of the guys that had on a Joe Biden T-shirt. Now, where did that guy get a Joe Biden T-shirt deep into Mexico down by Guatemala? Where the hell did he get a Joe Biden T-shirt from?
Good question, right?
So that tells you right there that George Soros and this ultimate people that are trying to destroy America, they're funding these people to get to the USA, Steve. They're funding these caravans, and we're going to see caravans after caravans headed towards the United States of America because these people realize that Joe Biden is doing nothing to stop them. This is bad, Steve. Like I told you a couple of days ago, I knew Joe Biden was going to be a disaster in the White House, but I never in my life thought that things was going to be this out of control. I never thought that Joe Biden would open the borders up and just and do what he's doing. Steve, this is unimaginable. Like I say, the people down here in Texas, the reason why I focus on this so much is because I live in Texas, and Texas is one of the hot spots. This is one of the first places that these individuals come to when they get into the USA. People that live in Connecticut, Ohio, Michigan, up north, you guys don't see it like we see it down here in Texas. We see these people. We see it up close and personal down here where I'm at. This is why I'm so upset. But that's why I said at the beginning of my call, all of America better take notice of what's going on, because this is going to eventually affect you, because they're also busting these people up to Michigan and Ohio and Wisconsin and the northern states. They're not just staying down in Texas. They're going to be heading your way real soon. So like I told you, they got caravans rolling towards the USA right now. There's at least 15 to 20,000 of them sitting in a stadium right now in Mexico, waiting some more money from George Soros so they can make their way on into the USA. But you know something, Steve? With this situation with the Border Patrol, Greg Abbott, and like I say, this man here, if he doesn't, if Trump doesn't decide to run for president, maybe Greg Abbott can throw his name in the hat, because this guy here is doing everything he can to protect the citizens of Texas. He even said today, Steve, that any Border Patrol agent that is terminated by that loser Joe Biden, that he would offer them a job as a state trooper or any other law enforcement agent in the state of Texas. That's how much of a man Greg Abbott is. He said that if Joe Biden terminates these individuals, that he would give them a job. And Joe Biden, he has no nerve to terminate a Border Patrol agent, a man trying to do his job. Sean Hannity focused on that tonight on his show, Steve, about this Border Patrol agent that was on horseback. And Biden had the nerve to come on TV last week trying to be Mr. Tough Guy, saying that this guy is going to face severe penalties, and then we're going to put everything we got on this guy for what he did in that video, which was the only thing that man was doing his job. And like I say, he happened to be on a horse. That man didn't whip nobody. So like I say, Maxine Waters and Al Sharpton and all these other racists out there, Joy Reid, you can keep your racist opinions to yourself, because it's a fake video. That officer did nothing wrong. And if he is terminated by that loser Biden, hopefully Greg Abbott will give him another job. But one other thing I want to focus on before I hang up, Steve, do you realize that how much of another loser that Biden is? It just goes on and on with this guy. Do you realize that the Marine, I think he was a Marine, I seen it on TV today and it totally appalled me. They have a Marine in jail right now because he was outspoken. He said that he didn't like the way the Afghan situation was handled, the way they pulled the troops out of Afghanistan. And because he voiced his opinion, that guy is in the brig right now in the military, and his parents are on TV right now trying to figure out how the hell to get him out of this military jail that he doesn't deserve to be in, because everything he said about that loser that's on TV line right now, Milley, and the rest of them so-called military leaders was right. And that guy has no business sitting in a military jail, because the only thing that man did was speak the truth. And all Americans should get together and back this man and make sure he gets out of jail, because he doesn't deserve to be sitting in a jail right now. The man that needs to be in a jail right now is Milley, that liar that you see on TV right now. And I thank you for taking my call tonight.
Yeah, it was a Marine lieutenant colonel, as a matter of fact. Marine lieutenant colonel. He publicly criticized the Biden administration for the chaotic withdrawal from Afghanistan. All right, he's now in a military brig, apparently for violating a gag order last weekend. He was incarcerated Monday after ignoring orders to refrain from posting on social media. He was relieved of his command after his initial criticism of the evacuations. He's been put in a pre-trial confinement at Camp Lejeune, according to a Marine Corps spokesman. He does not yet face charges. The allegations against Lieutenant Colonel Scheller are merely accusations. He's presumed innocent until proven guilty. But he stands accused of showing contempt toward officials, willfully disobeying a superior officer, failing to obey lawful orders, and committing conduct unbecoming of an officer. Time, date, location of his proceedings have not yet been determined. He was relieved of command, of course, shortly after posting a video on Facebook that demanded senior officials be held accountable for the Taliban's sudden takeover of Afghanistan and the deaths of 13 American service members killed in that attack in Kabul. He has said he plans to resign his commission, but essentially what he did, what he was doing, speaking out, is exactly what many senators and House members have done in recent days, as Milley and the crew have been testifying before the respective committees there in Washington the last couple of days. I think testimony is yet still more forthcoming. But the actual comments coming from many senators and representatives is pretty much exactly what this lieutenant colonel was saying. All right, we get a quick time out here back into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Pure Flow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with Pure Flow Air Dog.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
Some say their truck reflects who they are, dependable and reliable. That's why you trust Blue Def. Now the best just got better. Introducing Blue Def Platinum, a revolutionary innovation with advanced system shield technology to significantly reduce harmful deposits. To maintain fuel economy, save money on costly repairs, and sustain the life of your SCR system, there's only one DEF to choose. Blue Def Platinum. The best just got better.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Over an email from one of our listening friends, Galen. Good to have you with us, Galen. Appreciate your contributions. Get your emails and whatnot. I'm going to share this one with the audience. He said, Steve, the electric car. Yeah, keeps coming up. But this car is not as great as the Democrats would want you to think it is. Reality check. This is the elephant in the room with electric vehicles. Our residential infrastructure cannot bear the load. A home charging system for a Tesla requires 75 amp service. The average house is equipped with 100 amp service. On our small street, about 25 homes, the electrical infrastructure would be unable to carry more than 3 houses with a single Tesla each. In case you were thinking of buying hybrid or an electric car, ever since the advent of electric cars, the real cost per mile of these things has never really been discussed. All you ever hear about is miles per gallon in terms of gasoline, with nary a mention of the cost of the electricity to run it. At a neighborhood barbecue, I was talking to a neighbor, a BC Hydro executive, and I asked him how that renewable thing was doing. Yeah, he kind of laughed, and then he got serious. That's when he explained about the 75 amp service versus the 100 amp. He said for even half the homes on that 25 home block to have electric vehicles, the system would be widely overloaded. This is the elephant in the room with electric vehicles. Our residential infrastructure cannot bear the load. So as our genius elected officials promote this nonsense, not only are we being urged to buy these things and replace our reliable, cheap generating systems with expensive new windmills and solar cells, but we also are going to have to renovate the entire delivery system. This latter investment will not be revealed until we're so far down this dead-end road that they'll be presented as a oops and a shrug of the shoulders. If you want to argue with a green person over cars that are eco-friendly, just read the following note. If you are a green person, read it anyway because it's enlightening. And it says, Eric test drove the Chevy Volt at the invitation of General Motors, and he writes, for 4 days in a row, the fully charged battery lasted only 25 miles before the Volt switched to the reserve gasoline engine. Eric calculated the car got 30 miles per gallon, including the 25 miles it ran on the battery. So the range, including the 9-gallon gas tank and the 16 kilowatt-hour battery, is approximately 270 miles. It will take you 4.5 hours to drive 270 miles at 60 miles per hour. Then add 10 hours to charge the battery, and you'll have a total trip time of 14.5 hours. In a typical road trip, your average speed, including charging time, would equate to 20 miles per hour. Now, according to General Motors, the Volt battery holds 16 kilowatt hours of electricity. It takes a full 10 hours to charge a drained battery. The cost for the electricity to charge the Volt is never mentioned. So I looked up what I pay for electricity. I pay approximately, and it varies the amount used with the season, $1.16 per kilowatt hour. So 16 kilowatt hours at $1.16, $18.56 to charge the battery. $18.56 per charge divided by 25 miles equals 74 cents per mile to operate the Volt using the battery, compared to a similar size car with a gasoline engine that gets only 32 miles per gallon. 3.19 per gallon divided by 32 miles per gallon equals 10 cents per mile. The gasoline-powered car cost about $25,000, while the Volt cost $46,000 plus. So the government wants us to pay twice as much for a car that cost more than 7 times as much to run and takes 3 times longer to drive across the country. I've not seen it broke down that way, and I'd have to, the math on the electricity and whatnot. We saw what happened. Remember when they had that whole winter storm down in Texas last year, and they were telling us for people that had electric vehicles, the price to charge that vehicle at that point in time, because of the serious jump in the prices of electricity, would run you like $90, $90 to charge your damn electric car. That's a one-off incident, but all right, let's get our news break in here. Bottom of the hour, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Chris Barnes.
Barring a last-minute snafu, it appears the federal government will avoid a shutdown this week after all. Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer announcing late Wednesday that senators had reached a deal on a stopgap government funding bill, and it's now going to be taken up on Thursday in the Senate.
We have an agreement on the CR, the continuing resolution to prevent the government shutdown, and we should be voting on that tomorrow morning.
The measure is going to keep the lights on through December 3rd. The government would run out of money otherwise late Thursday night. This measure will be quickly sent to the House after the Senate vote. And reporting from our New England bureau, I'm Chris Barnes, USA Radio News. Britney Spears' father no longer controlling her estate based on a judge's ruling in Los Angeles a short time ago. And this is USA Radio News.
Hi, this is Michael, creator of Michael's MNP supplements. Let's talk energy. Do you wake up tired even after a full night's sleep? Does keeping up with your family and or your job leave you exhausted by noon? Do you find yourself turning way too early in the day and too often to caffeine-loaded drinks just to get you through it all? Why not turn to Michael's MNP's Energy Factors instead? Our energy factors are safe, healthy, and a natural way to keep your body energized and without that caffeine crash that you get from those laden drinks. Visit us today at michaelshealth.com.
This is Pastor Greg, and I use Energy Factors. They're great. Order yours today at michaelshealth.com. That's michaelshealth.com, and use Pastor Greg for your special discount. That's Pastor Greg, and get your special discount today.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Hi, this is Pete Matouche. In 1999, my brother started the Turbo 3000. We're proud to continue on with his legacy.
The fuel that you've spent your hard-earned money on is completely burned, and that's your profit going right back where it belongs, in your pocket.
For our Canadian customers, you can get the Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-567-1007. For a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
For the last 15 years, the Big Rig Mattress has been manufacturing a premium residential mattress for over-the-road truckers. The main support component of the Big Rig Mattress is an individually pocketed spring cord that delivers the optimal amount of support exactly where you need it. Check out thebigrigmattress.com to learn more about this exceptional mattress. Many sizes are stocked and can ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes also available. 100% made in the USA since 2009.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute, Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
PureFlow AirDog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow AirDog.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Hey, good to have you with us here as we roll on through the late night, early morning hours, as we like to call it. Had a Thursday coming on here. Get back to your calls, and let's see. Is it Bart? Who we got on the line?
Art, Steve.
Hey there, what's happening?
How you doing this morning, Steve?
I'm doing well. That's Shadow Chaser, in other words, right?
Yes, sir. How you been, Steve?
doing just fine. How about yourself?
Good. Hey, this gentleman I drive for, Steve, I've been driving for him about 25 years now. And we're out in Wisconsin there. And the gentleman I drive for, when I first started driving for him, had like 50 trucks. Now we're up for about 150 trucks. And 3 years in a row, Steve, the local newspaper had us as one of the top places in the state of Wisconsin to work for.
How about that?
That's really good.
Yeah. Were you on, let me see, I was trying to look at, were you on the list of did you make the top 20 list there from the TCA thing?
I have no idea, Steve.
Okay.
I work for, it's called Double J Transporter. We're out in Wisconsin there.
Mm-hmm.
And he drives trucks on several different companies there, but like I said, 3 years in a row, it was top place in the state of Wisconsin to work for, so that's pretty good.
Good deal.
And we are even outright Snyder places to work for, so. And my boss there, my boss is more like a friend. And when I went to work for him, Steve, he had a job opening. That was back in 1997 there. Me and our gentleman applied for the same job, and our qualifications were good, so good that they didn't know which one to choose, so he flipped the coin, and the other guy got hired, and a week later I got hired.
So it sounds like you found a good one, a good stable position. And are they having trouble finding enough drivers these days? Do you know?
Yeah, they're still looking for drivers. We're still looking for drivers and stuff. So, matter of fact, we got incentives where we get a reward if we get a driver. They hire them. We get a finder's fee and stuff like that.
Right, kind of a recruiting bonus kind of thing.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Well, it's good to hear from you, Shadow
How's your little
Chaser.
doggy? How's your little doggy doing there, Steve?
Doing all right. I got an appointment for the vet next week, as a matter of fact. I hadn't, with the whole COVID thing, I hadn't taken him in since back in, I think it was March or April of 2020. So he's overdue. He's got to get his booster shots and all that, and got to get him, I guess, a flea and tick treatment, which I don't know which route to go, because in the past when I've given him that, the flea medication, he has seizures, and I don't want to give that to him, so I'm not sure what route to get.
No, I've been always using the old type flea cars, Steve, those little flea cars. My little doggy here seemed to work good. And not only that, Steve, my little doggy here, we send her, we get offloaded, and when she hears that plate drop on the loading dock, she gets all excited because she knows we're getting ready to leave.
That's cool.
That's how good she is. Hey, did you see that? I haven't seen a while back. They had them 2 dogs that they sniffed out COVID-19 down Atlanta Airport.
Yes, I did see that. I think they're using them. They rolled a couple of dogs out. I think it was Miami Airport here a couple weeks ago. And they're supposed to be like 90-something% correct. Yeah, sniffing out. Yeah, I guess if you're infected with COVID, like there's dogs supposedly that can sniff cancer. I shared the story about that they've got dogs being trained for people that have like epilepsy. That I guess your body, when you're going to have a seizure, that these dogs can notify that you're let their owner know that maybe as much as an hour in advance that a seizure may be coming on. It's just incredible what they can teach these dogs to do. But all right, thank you much, Shadow Chaser. Good to hear from you. Be safe out there. Have a good morning. What do you say, Eskimo Mom?
Hi, Steve. It's a beautiful night to be trailer trucking, and we need to bottle these nights up while we still can, because we know what's coming.
Yep.
But I wanted to piggyback on what Chevy guy was saying about the voter registration, or about the voting. As of on next Tuesday for the state of Ohio, the voter, if you have not registered to vote, that voter registration for the November 2nd election is due. And on November 2nd, we have a general election. And I know for my home 20, it's a lot of like local races, but those local races are also extremely important, just as important as the state and federal, if not more so, because that dog catcher, that township trustee, and people like that, they're the ones that help determine your local policies.
That is correct. Yep.
And I got a phone call, and on November 2nd, I will be standby poll worker that morning to help out, just in case they need an extra, in case somebody can't make the commitment for some reason or another. And it takes a lot of folks to be able to do it, but we've got one of the greatest nations on earth as a result of it.
I know last year they had a very difficult time finding volunteers to work at the polls. Are they anticipating going to have trouble this year as bad as last with the whole COVID thing?
I have no clue on that one yet, but it maybe just depends on depends on how each individual county is. I know in my home county, I've been a standby poll worker here for the last 2 or 3 elections, and I haven't been needed yet, but because we've had enough people. But in some counties, it's just a little bit harder to get folks because of so many people's schedules, and so many people are so afraid of the COVID that they just don't really want to commit to anything.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see. Well, I hope they get everything worked out with these ballot machines and all that, and we don't have a fiasco like we did in 2020.
Yeah, and I know my home county. We've been using the ballot with the paper ballot with the where you have to draw in the bubbles and then feed it into the optical scanner. And I think that system right there, it is a lot better to do it that way, because in that way they can actually see those ballots, count those ballots, And the machines that my county have is that there's a checks and balances with that, where you've got that paper where you fill in the bubble, and then you got the machine, whatever the machine counted, so you can come back and you can see if there's any discrepancies later on. And thanks to 2000, it's just really it has our Board of Elections in the state of Ohio wanting to pull their hair out, because they have to do some extra steps that a lot of other states they're finding out the hard way that they needed to do a long time ago.
Well, I like the idea of having what you call the paper trail. So if you have to go back and do a manual count, if there's people accusations of fraud or whatnot, you've got the paper to go back to. Thank you much, Eskimo Mom. Have a great morning. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive back into live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 today. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated, or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
So, according to the Detroit Free Press, if you're a northern Michigander, or you're going to be traveling through maybe northern Michigan, you may get a rare glimpse of the northern lights Thursday night. As officials say, a minor geomagnetic storm will occur. The National Weather Service's Space Weather Prediction Center forecasting a G1 geomagnetic storm Thursday night into Friday, meaning that those at high latitudes, Michigan, Maine, you could see the northern lights. All right, when it comes with its stunning green, blue lights across the sky, some weak power grid fluctuation, maybe some minor impact on satellite operations. According to the Prediction Center, this minor geomagnetic storm, likely from the arrival of a coronal mass ejection that occurred Tuesday, large explosions of plasma and magnetic field from the sun's corona. All right, so to get the best view of the northern lights, you need an unobstructed view of the sky, away from light pollution. In Michigan, the UP offers a slew of views, especially along the south shore of Lake Superior. Spots like Whitefish Point, Pictured Rocks, Marquette, Eagle River, Copper Harbor. Luckily, the weather forecast predicts maybe just a few clouds Thursday night in Marquette, Michigan, and surrounding areas, so it should make for a clear view of the northern lights and supposed to be dropping down to the mid-50s, so bundle up if you're going to be heading out. See if you can get a glimpse of that, but what's happening this morning, Philip?
Oh, just driving down I-4 here, running the maze of construction through Longwood, Florida. How you doing today?
Doing all right. Happy Thursday.
Hey, you too, man. Boz, I heard you're talking about the electric cars and the wattage per hour and all that stuff. Does anybody ever sit down and actually figure out how much money they spend on gas per mile? Do you think everybody does that?
Not in this day and age. I mean, I remember when I was young, yeah, my grandpa had a little ledger in the glove box, and every time he put gas in, he'd write the numbers down and the miles down, and he tracked all that stuff meticulously. But yeah, I don't know of anyone that tracks their miles now. I guess most of the new cars have your little display on the dash that shows what your average miles per gallon is.
All right, right now I'm driving my little Honda. I've got a 2012 Honda Civic. Nothing special. I can get upwards of 43 miles a gallon.
Mm-hmm.
Right now on my trip computer, which I'm looking at, it's 40.3 miles per gallon. Now yesterday, Steve, I put gas in my car yesterday, and I had the trip odometer. I keep the odometer. I did 338 miles on that tank. It wasn't empty. I still had quite a ways to go. I had over a quarter of a tank to go. All right. I did my fuel mileage on that. I did basic math, and I was getting 40.8 miles to the gallon. Now I sit down and I do that mileage again by how much I paid. I was costing me 7 cents a mile to run with my little Honda here.
That's pretty darn good.
Now, with that, absolutely. Now, sit down and think about this. Does anybody sit down and figure how much their maintenance costs per mile? So think about when you change your oil. Think about how much the intervals are in your oil changes. You get somebody like Big Moose that has 4 trucks going. Companies do it every day. We have to if you own a company, right?
Mm-hmm.
So even the basics, as much as I travel a week, I mean, you think about it, I do almost 650, 700 miles a week in this little car. And that's just a car. Now, can you imagine what it is on a bigger scale, like, say, a truck? Now, do that times 40 trucks or times 150 trucks. Or even think about a locomotive. Think about the trains. The trains at work are on PM schedules. They have a computer that has a digital odometer that checks them. And when they get to a maintenance interval, they pull the train out of service and don't let us use it. Because the computer's saying, hey, it needs to be maintained. And those Tesla stations, Tesla wants to make money on both ends. How many people do you know that have an electric car that actually has a recharging station at the house? You ask them. Anybody that has a Tesla, I guarantee you that not too many of them will say they have a charging thing at the house. They'll all say, well, I go to the Tesla spot and I plug in for 35 to 40 minutes and charge her up. And that lasts me 2 or 3 days. So nobody does the math on that stuff, and nobody actually keeps track of it. I mean, you think about the average house has a 200 amp service. Okay? When you start putting refrigerators, air conditioners, all that stuff on it, and now, oh, by the way, we're going to add a charging stand for the car on it, and it's going to draw 80 to 90 amps. Or 75 amps. Was it 75 amps you were talking about earlier?
75 on the Tesla, yeah.
Okay, so think about this. You have an average house. It's 200 amps. You got your air conditioner on there. You got your hot water heater on there. You got your refrigerator. You got a lot of things that draw a lot of stuff, that take a lot of power. Now, you're going to throw an extra 75 on top of that. and you overload the amperage on your main box in your house. What are you going to do? You're going to be blowing breakers all the time. So then you got to up that service to your house. I mean, heck, just for me to add a generator to my house, and I checked this out, cost me about, just a standard Generac generator is going to cost me about $5,000 to $6,000. But in that $5,000 to $6,000, I'm also going to be spending about $2,000 of that to upgrade my electrical box on my house with a bigger service, because just changing generation, going from the standard pole power to the generator power. That's just changing that up. Now, picture you're going to be adding stuff. You have to increase the capacity of your system. Now, what happens if I add 200 amp service? I go up to 300 amp. Well, then that puts a load on what's feeding me, which is going to take power from everybody else in the neighborhood. It's going to draw the power down. So then the system has to be upgraded. So it's something that I don't think was thought out very fully when we decided to go with all this electric and green stuff.
And that's pretty much what the guy, the email, that's what the email was pointing out. I mean, he said their neighborhood with like 25 houses, they couldn't even have half the homes in that neighborhood. It would overload the system.
I'll put it to you this way, Steve, talking about electricity. All right, I drive a monorail. Okay, that train's sitting in a station block. It's just sitting there, is using 250 amps of power. Okay, when that train's moving, it's using 10 times that. Okay, so like over 2,000 amps of power to move the vehicle. Okay, we have 12 trains in the fleet. All right, could we theoretically put all 12 trains on one track? Theoretically, yeah, but how fast would they go? It would kill the power. There's absolutely no way we could put all 12 trains on one track. Even though we do have one track, we have an Epcot monorail line that we can put all 12 trains on. But we can't do it, for the simple fact of the matter is the draw on the system would kill it. So that's just looking at what we got at Disney. That's just a theme park. Now, can you imagine that on a scale like, say, the size of New York with their trains?
Right.
Couldn't happen. You know, and I know you've heard Monkey Gouger say this on the air. I don't know if you remember when Jimmy said this, but he said a long time ago that those Teslas, it was funny that he was delivering generators to these Tesla sites where they were powering these cars, and they were all powered by a diesel engine to generate that electricity. Now, what's going to happen when we get this thing in where we're all electric and we have to get away from that? What's going to generate that power? Are they going to have something that'll generate that power enough? I don't think they got it along far enough to get that generation going on. I really don't. So, but that's all mine, pretty much what I got. I just, people don't think about the numbers when they invent something, you know, and that's something you gotta throw into the mix. I mean, because there are people like me, and I watch my gas on my car. I know exactly how much I spend a week on fuel. I can tell you it's $50 a week is what I spend on fuel usually, you know, and I got it down to a T. And there's a lot of people that just don't do that. I mean, you think about these trucking companies, they got set routes. They expect that truck to be pretty much churning the same kind of fuel every time, you know. They know their costs. So that's all I got to say today, Steve. I know you're at the top of the hour. You have a good one. Keep it on the spot in the solid. We'll talk to you later.
All right. Yeah, we're rolling up on the midnight hour on the West Coast. 3 a.m. Eastern time. That is correct. And we've got a couple hours yet to come. Good to have you with us. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Chris Barnes.
Breaking news as Britney Spears' father is no longer her conservator. As reports say, a judge has removed Jamie Spears from the pop star's conservatorship, having certified public accountant John Zabel now take over through the end of the year. Britney Spears going in today's court proceedings knowing she had a powerful backer in Texas Republican Senator Ted Cruz.
For the court to throw out her lawyer based on a secret medical report that she couldn't access, the lawyer couldn't access, and couldn't be charged is something straight out of Kafka.
Cruz said if a cultural icon like Spears can't get justice, what does it say to the 1 million or so others in America under conservatorship? The U.S. House this evening approving a measure to suspend the nation's debt ceiling through December 2022. It now goes to the Senate, where it's expected to fail. This is USA Radio News.
Oh, according to research, 82% of people remember radio ads. That means that 82% of you listening right now will remember that this is an ad for ZipRecruiter. If you're hiring, 82% of you will recall that ZipRecruiter makes hiring faster and easier. And 82% of you will note that you can try ZipRecruiter for free today. But you have to go to ZipRecruiter.com/find. 82% of you will keep in mind that ZipRecruiter's technology finds qualified people for your job and actively invites them to apply.
Scott, is that you? Who are you talking to?
82% of you will also know that I, live with my mom. But the most important thing to note is that ZipRecruiter works. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Will you be part of the 82% who remember where you can try ZipRecruiter for free? It's ZipRecruiter.com/find. Again, that exclusive link is ZipRecruiter.com/find. That's ZipRecruiter.com/find.
Top brass in the U.S. military were facing mounting pressure again today from lawmakers to explain the way the U.S. withdrawal from Afghanistan went and why. Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin acknowledging the evacuation mission at Kabul airport certainly wasn't perfect, but he also said he wanted to remind those lawmakers.
It was the largest airlift conducted in U.S. history, and it was executed in just 17 days.
Facebook debuting its new feature called Reels, REELS. The Reels feature allows users to create short-form videos with a multitude of editing options, trying to keep up with TikTok. Meanwhile, YouTube is banning prominent anti-vaccine activists. It's, in fact, blocking all anti-vax content. The Google-owned video site making the announcement as part of a new set of policies that it says are aimed at cutting down on anti-vaccine content and misinformation overall. And this is USA Radio News.
Now you can fly anywhere in the world and pay discount prices on your airline tickets. Book a flight today to London, Paris, Madrid, or anywhere else you want to go and pay a lot less guaranteed. Call the International Travel Department right now at Low Cost Airlines.
800-215-5141. 800-215-5141. That's 800-215-5141.
Another lawsuit challenging a vaccine mandate, this time in Rhode Island, the vaccine mandate for healthcare workers there, getting a closer look by a federal judge now as a hearing was held on Wednesday regarding the matter, with the judge making no immediate decision on a request for a temporary restraining order. At the moment, workers have until Friday there in Rhode Island to get vaccinated or lose their jobs. Meanwhile, some lawmakers on Capitol Hill have been reacting to that. Some lawmakers on Capitol Hill are voicing their opinions on these mandates. With one example, here's USA Radio's Brad Bernards.
Utah Republican Senator Mike Lee unsuccessfully rolled out the first of a dozen bills Tuesday he has drafted to upend President Joe Biden's yet-to-be-issued vaccination mandate.
Someone who is serving as the President of the United States while issuing a sweeping federal mandate insists that this is not about freedom or personal choice. It is. It necessarily is.
He said the president's strong-arm push to force Americans to choose between decisions affecting their health and providing for their families is wrong. From the USA Radio News, West Texas Bureau, I'm Brad Bernards.
And there's a possibility meth addicts in California could soon get paid for getting clean and sober. The Recovery Incentives Act has already been given the green light by that state's House and Senate. It's awaiting the Governor Gavin Newsom's signature. And for USA Radio News, I'm Chris Barnes.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Saw Mike posted a photograph here. First I'd seen of that. Sharing a picture of the airplane, towing the sign like you see out, around ballparks, along the beachfront, typically advertising this or that. And in this case, the big sign says, "Aloha, Brian Laundrie, dog." Apparently, it's Dog the Bounty Hunter hiring the plane to tow the sign, taunting Brian Laundrie with the banner over the area that supposedly Dog said he knows he's at. Yeah, how Dog knows where he is and the rest don't, that's is he just making a wild guess? Maybe, who knows? It's got to be one of the wildest things. See, according to the Post here, the case isn't funny, but imagine being hunted by Dog and he's sending you signals from the sky that your time as a free man is almost over. Yeah, I guess, I would be peeing my pants. That's pretty crazy. Let's get back to the calls here. Morning, Knucklebuster. What's going on?
Morning, Mr. Steve Summers. I'm just driving in the rain over here in Memphis there. So that's all right. Just let it rain. We need some of it anyway there. Well, that Brian guy, he's not as good as my cousin. My cousin told him he's going to show him what a rabbit looked like. He did. They've been looking him. They ain't never going to find him. I don't know where he's at and don't want to know either.
So he's on the run, been on the run for a long time, has he?
Oh, yeah, since the late 70s.
Wow.
Well, 3 counts of armed robbery with a deadly weapon, 3 counts of trafficking heroin with intent to kill, or with intent to distribute. He hijacked an airplane, kidnapped some people. He broke out of jail a couple of times, robbed a bank. They'd like to find him, but I don't know where, like I said, I don't know where he's at and don't want to know where he's at. So. And they ain't never found him yet. So good luck with it. Stay lost. That's the best thing to do. Davis Magoo has done one thing right, Steve. He created more Republicans, and that's a good thing, all right? Received an email from the VA today about the booster shot for the Pfizer and Moderna shot there, but it isn't. I haven't got to read it entirely, but I don't think it's a mandate for anybody using the VA system. But I don't know if I find that out. I'll probably share it with you. Dahmer Trucks North America, them old Freightliners, they've got a recall on hundreds of them, Steve. Catching on fire. It's exhaust pipe.
Yep.
Imagine that. I guess that'll be part of global warming. We're catching on fire there, right? That's a possibility. I don't know. But anyway, let's move on down the line here. Who is this Marie Josiah that they're nominating for the FMCSA?
I know that they've been questioning her. I don't know a whole lot about her, honestly, but I think OOIDA is kind of throwing their support behind her because she She kind of agrees that the fact that the whole, quote, driver shortage is more of a driver retention and pay kind of issue.
Yeah, she ain't got no trucking industry experience there. I read her Wikipedia page there, but it just she didn't impress me. Sound like she spent more time on her knees getting power there, right? I don't know. It could be just from scrubbing floors. I don't know. But anyway, I see the Teamsters is brought a suit against T-Force for cutting their trucks back from 68 to 65. See, with the National Labor Relations Board, they're just crying about getting cut back to 3 miles an hour there. Well, the company says they're working with the union, but they're the managers of that company, and they're just trying to maximize their investment over a company that couldn't even make a profit with UPS. So I don't know. If you can't make a profit with UPS, you must not be doing too good there, right?
All right.
Yeah, well, the 50-year-old National Inventors Hall of Fame, they're going to induct a black woman in there. She helped do the laser thing there for eye surgery. Well, she's been dead for quite a while now, Stephen. And that's like my dad. They inducted him into the Hall of Fame at his high school last year. Well, Daddy been dead since 2010. They inducted him from the class of 1948. Don't you think it's a little late to be honoring him? Should have given it to him while he was still alive there. So, you know what I told them? They could just mail it to Daddy and care of Jesus, Gold Street, Heavenly Paradise, 111111. And they could play Vince Gill on the speaker at the ball game during halftime when I call your name. So, well, a Brady loyalist, he's done put a billboard up there that says the owl is no longer wise without his goat. And they're talking about Brady playing up there this week in Foxborough there. So that'll be a good game to watch. The Cardinals, well, they blew it. 17 and out. See, they just lost. But that's still a pretty good record.
That's a hell of a
pretty good
Absolutely.
record there.
That's big.
All right. Well, since Chris is going to be on Friday, I'm going to give y'all some NCAA football games to watch this weekend. Arkansas at Georgia, Ole Miss at Alabama, Ohio State at Rutgers, Boston College, and we're going to hopefully they won't make Monkey Gouger too mad if he loses to them up there. They're playing Clemson, Auburn versus LSU. So some good college football games to watch. Some NFL games to watch this weekend will be Tampa Bay Buccaneers versus the New England Patriots. Let's see, there's only a couple of teams in the AFC that are undefeated, and that's the Las Vegas Raiders, Denver Broncos, and the NFC would be the Carolina Panthers, Los Angeles Rams, and the Arizona Cardinals. And Steve, I heard that Hillary said that she has implied that if she were to be prosecuted, that she would take half of Washington with her. And that's not such a bad idea either, Steve, you know. Yep. This Turkish man, he got drunk, and then they couldn't find him. And at some point, he joined the volunteers searching for himself until they heard him shouting his name, and he says, "Well, I'm right here." Thanks, crazy. And this Danish artist, he was given, I think, like $74,000. He gave them 2 blank canvases, Steve, and he titled them "Take the Money and Run." Oh, man, that's crazy. You know, police in Wisconsin are attempting to locate a $1,400 bronze sculpture of Humpty Dumpty sitting on a toilet. Well, that just don't make a whole lot of sense. All right, I got one good Bubba joke for you. Bubba's told his girlfriend, exercise makes you look better naked, but so does tequila. And that'll be all of my baloney for this go around. See?
As far as, that's about the truth, isn't it? It's several people had sent me the story about the drunk guy. This is in Turkey. According to the reports, 50-year-old man out drinking with his friends and wandered off into the forest and didn't come back. They got concerned. His friends alerted authorities, who set up a search and rescue mission to find the guy. When news of the missing man got out, efforts to find him intensified in nearby neighborhoods, groups of volunteers joining the mission. They were calling out his name for hours when suddenly a man from actually in the group said, "Hey, who are we looking for here? I'm right here." They have no idea how he found himself in his own search party, or how his friends didn't realize he was right under their nose the whole time. Police were able to safely escort him to his home. They're calling this name. Are they calling my name? Who are you looking for anyway? It is 844-844-3388. Back into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Are you having trouble sleeping? Are you tired all the time? Growing older is a fact of life. Our skin starts to wrinkle, muscles get weaker, and our energy levels plummet. If there was a product that may help you slow down these symptoms of aging, would you be interested? I want you to go to getonthegel.com. That is getonthegel.com. Watch this 4-minute video that explains more about this amazing product. Or call us at Youth Fountain HGH today at 513-472-0699 for more information.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com from the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you tired of those tax problems following you around like a dark cloud, always in the back of your mind, losing sleep at night? Call me now and get your life back. 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Pretending they're not there won't make them go away. The IRS isn't going to forget. They will levy your bank account and garnish your wages. Don't wait for that to happen. I'm not telling you these things to scare you. I'm telling you so you can benefit from my years of experience. Now is the time to act. 888-557-4020.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Yeah, we've pretty much been talking about it continuously for months and months now. Still, after all this time, the inability in many cases to find a decent sit-down meal, a restaurant that's even open. And it's not appearing to get any better. More than half of restaurant operators surveyed by the National Restaurant Association said that conditions are worse now than they were even 3 months ago. The trade group surveyed 4,000 operators earlier this month, and using the results to lobby against the president's plan to raise the corporate tax rate and proposed changes to the National Labor Relations Act that would allow fines of $50,000 to $100,000 for labor violations. They're also asking lawmakers to replenish the Restaurant Revitalization Fund that was created during the pandemic to help keep the industry afloat. Restaurants, as we all too well know, still need help today. And overwhelming them with costly new obligations is only going to prevent progress in turning the tide. The Delta variant, understaffed restaurants, higher food costs, just some of the issues plaguing the industry. Just 9% of survey respondents said business conditions have improved in the last 90 days. 45% of survey respondents said that their locations are not open at full capacity for indoor dining. The Morning Consult's weekly diner tracker found that 64% of U.S. adults are comfortable dining in at a restaurant. But more than 3/4 of operators who took part in the survey said that their restaurants are short on staff. 83% of which said they're at least 10% understaffed. Just shy of 40% say they're more than 20% understaffed. So to address that, restaurants are cutting their hours, slashing menu items, reducing seating capacity, and of course all that has a negative impact on revenue generation for the restaurants. Yeah, but how many restaurants? And I mean, who would have thought the day would be that those notorious 24-hour-a-day restaurants, shutting down at 9, 10 o'clock in the evening, not reopening till 6 or 7 in the morning. No overnight dining. All right, looking at 23 past the hour. Plenty of room for you at 844-844-3388. Morning, Gilligan.
Good morning, Steve. Yeah, I heard on being. I heard old Mugnut Louise talking about that hooked on phonics. Well, if he wants to send me a free 8-track of that, maybe I'll try it. Do you think I could use it? And, I'm going to touch on something you covered last night, I think it was, about these people out against the truck drivers because of the accidents and blaming us for all these deaths.
Right.
All right. Well, I'm going to use what would sound like a Jolly Green term, because you know how he's thoughts and everything. I'm going to segue into a story from last week. You know, I know a lot of this has to do with flatbedders losing their loads. I mean, I worked for TMC back just a couple of years after Chevy got here. I worked there from 99 to 02, so I'm very familiar with the flatbed industry. And a lot of that has to do with securement. I still today see people driving down the road, got a load on their trailer, and it's like, how do you drive down the road like that? I've seen loads that was nowhere near secured properly. But like you said, a lot of these accidents are not caused by the trucker. Now, it was brought up about the load securement. You had to have a certification, I believe, last week. And I would mean to chime in on this. Now, when I started at TMC, which is only 3 years after Chevy got here, they literally had a 5-day class that you had to go through to learn how to secure loads. Now, I don't know whether that was a federal law or whether it was just what TMC was doing. And later on, I worked for JB Hunt in a that also pulled flatbed. I remember that.
And I don't know where you are, Gilligan, but you magically ran out of cell. Yeah, have you got one of those phones from earlier than 2017 by chance? Maybe it died. All right, what are we looking at here? We got clear lines. Yeah, if you want to jump on board at 844-844-3388. So we did just finally come through what was supposed to be the 2020 summer games, right? Held in the summer of 21. So you have Olympics every other year. Technically, it's every 4 years because you got the summer games every 4 years, and in between, you've got the winter games. The 2022 Olympics to be held in Beijing. That would be the Winter Olympics. And they're now telling us it will be held without spectators from overseas, with tickets restricted to fans living in China. Obviously, because of the COVID pandemic. That was the official announcement from the International Olympic Committee this past day. They said only fully vaccinated participants will be exempt from a 21-day quarantine. Athletes who can provide a justified medical exemption will have their cases considered. All attendees will enter a strict bubble upon arrival that covers games-related areas and stadiums, as well as accommodations, catering, the opening and closing ceremonies. The decisions announced by the International Olympic Committee taken by Chinese organizers are just a taste of a package of measures to be released sometime next month, designed to prevent the games from turning into a source of contamination. Yeah, we just had all spectators banned from all venues there in Tokyo. All domestic and international game participants and workforce in the bubble will be tested on a daily basis. Yeah, by the way, the 22 Beijing Olympics is scheduled for February 4th through the 20th. Then again, there's also, of course, been the discussion about should we even participate in the games in China with the human rights violations that are taking place in parts of that country. We'll see what changes between now and then. All right, it's 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Chris Barnes.
Breaking news as Britney Spears' father is no longer her conservator. As reports say, a judge has removed Jamie Spears from the pop star's conservatorship, having certified public accountant John Zabel now take over through the end of the year. Britney Spears going in today's court proceedings knowing she had a powerful backer in Texas Republican Senator Ted Cruz.
For the court to throw out her lawyer based on a secret medical report that she couldn't access, the lawyer couldn't access, and couldn't be charged is something straight out of Kafka.
Cruz said if a cultural icon like Spears can't get justice, what does it say to the 1 million or so others in America under conservatorship? The U.S. House this evening approving a measure to suspend the nation's debt ceiling through December 2022. It now goes to the Senate, where it's expected to fail. This is USA Radio News.
Hi, this is Dr. Joel Wallach, the founder of Youngevity and veterinarian physician, and I'm the guy that figured out the cause, prevention, and cure of cystic fibrosis. I'm the guy that found the cause, prevention, and cure of muscular dystrophy, and then I figured out the cause and prevention of sudden death syndrome. You don't hear about those three diseases anymore because in federal lawsuits, we were able to force the manufacturers of baby formulas to put these nutrients in the baby formulas. And those three diseases, cystic fibrosis and muscular dystrophy, were not genetic diseases. They were just simple nutritional deficiencies. Sudden death syndrome, crib death, was not due to mother laying on the babies. Only 2% of the babies were in bed with their mothers when they died. 98% were in cribs. We had that nutrient put into the baby formulas, and we ended crib death. 28 years ago, one child died of crib death per 100 normal births. Today, it's 1 per 3,000 normal births. And if everybody would give all the 90 essential nutrients to these kids, none of them would die. Contact us at usaradiohealth.com. That's usaradiohealth.com.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels are cleaner, but they leave injector deposits, causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is a 6-in-1 fuel additive recommended for all diesel engines. It is formulated with the most concentrated detergent on the market, a top-tier level cetane booster, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, starting at the fuel tank and traveling throughout the fuel lines and fuel pump, and finally completely cleaning your injectors. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme improves your diesel's fuel economy and eliminates excessive black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com from the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
PureFlow AirDog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow AirDog.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All right, so Knucklebuster brought up this Joshi, who she's been appointed to the FMCSA, nominated or whatever. So they're going through the process. And he makes a good point. He said, he checked out her Wikipedia and whatnot, and what she's all about. I don't know. The FMCSAs, aren't they pretty notorious for appointing administrators who really don't have any trucking experience whatsoever, which makes no sense at all. Now, the FMCSA is the enforcement arm of the trucking industry. Yeah, separate from the Department of Transportation, you got the DOT, of course, which is all modes of transportation, airlines, rail lines, everything in regards to transportation. Josie, according to the breakdown from Landline, a former chairperson and CEO of the New York City Taxi and Limousine Commission. Now, she has been serving as the acting administrator since she was nominated, I guess, since January the 20th, and then she was nominated in April to take that permanent role as the administrator by Biden. If she's confirmed, she would become the first permanent administrator since Ray Martinez stepped down back in 2019. They've had interim administrators since then. Jim Mullen, Wiley Deck, Joshi right now. Now, with no trucking experience. In her time as acting administrator, she has taken part in roundtable discussions focused on ways of finding ways to improve driver retention. And I think the leadership at OOIDA at least likes that idea. They said her service as deputy administrator so far shows that she and others in the administration have easily recognized that the old narrative about a shortage has missed the mark. She has expressed a genuine interest in learning more about the real problem. But that's just, that's one issue in trucking. There's so many other issues that are going to be on the table, of course, and talking about in the infrastructure bill. She's going to be, essentially, she's going to be leading the charge in things like mandating potential speed limiters on trucks, mandating the underride guards on the trailers, and so many other issues. Why is it so difficult to find someone that actually has a bit of trucking experience to know what the business is all about? Heaven forbid someone that's actually driven a truck at some point in their life to be in charge of the rulemaking process governing the industry as a whole. So, Knucklebuster, you're correct in the fact that it just doesn't make a lot of sense, does it? All right, let me get back to the calls here. I see, I believe, is that you, Gilligan? Were you able to get back through?
No, it ain't Gilligan.
Okay, because it doesn't show a name at all. I just thought, you know what, I think he's down the line a little further. What's going on, Big Sexy?
Yeah, it's Big Sexy. Strawberry must be down the line a little way.
Yeah, he is. Yep.
You're right. That don't make a lick of sense. You think if somebody in charge of the trucking part of it would be somebody that has actually been behind the wheel, or somebody at least knows a little bit about it.
Yep.
Not somebody that had never done anything, But, you're talking about the government here and making sense, so those two don't go hand in hand. Somebody a while ago was talking about if people still check their mileage, fuel mileage.
Mm-hmm.
I do mine on every tank. I burn about half a tank a night, so I top off every night about halfway through my route at the cheapest gas station. I top off, and I always record what my trip has, write it down on my receipt, and then when I get home, take and divide how many gallons I got by how many miles I went, and find out how many miles per gallon I got. But I do that every night just to keep track of it. And I have noticed since I started using Hot Shot Secret stuff that fuel mileage has went up some, so that's a good thing.
That's good.
But yeah, there are people out there that still do that. I heard you say that he was kind of lonely there with nobody on the line, so I thought, well, here's my chance. I'll jump right in there.
There you go. Yeah,
I missed the first 2 hours of the show, so I don't know what I've missed so far. But I've already done my good deed for the night. Come out of Jonesboro and headed down a rural route where there wasn't you got a long way between houses and towns and all that. And saw this girl walking, and I thought, she looks familiar, but I can't place it. So I stopped, and her car had died, and her phone had died on her, and come to find out it was she was a nurse that I had back when 2 or 3 years ago when I had some wounds on my leg that the wound center was taking care of. So I picked her up and gave her a ride. About the time I picked her up, it started pouring rain. So good thing I picked her up.
Well, how about that? Good deed for the day. There you go.
But the bad thing about it, she run off and left her phone in my vehicle.
Oh, no.
So I don't really have a way of getting a hold of her. Now, she did use my phone to try to contact somebody on Messenger, and she forgot to log out of her Messenger. So I have that, so I was able to send her a message on Messenger to get a hold of me. And when she gets somewhere where she can log on to her Messenger on a computer or something, she'll get that message that I've got her phone for her. And I've even went ahead and put it on charge here in the vehicle. It'll be charged up by the time she gets it. But, yeah, I wanted to jump in there and so you didn't have to carry the show by yourself. Kind of bridge it a little bit so somebody else could call in.
So what's the deal, Big Sexy? She got in the vehicle with you. Would you scare her so bad that she wanted to get the hell out and left her phone there? Is that it?
No, she had a handful of stuff, and like I said, she was using mine to try to contact somebody, and she tried to contact several people, and the phone had kind of slid down between the seat here, and it still had the cord plugged into it. And it even had the wall charger on the end of the cord where I guess where she had was going to try to, take it home and charge it up. But I guess she just didn't realize that she had dropped it.
Yeah, okay. Well.
And I turned around and went back I dropped her off at a place where she said a guy she knows works at a warehouse deal there. And I turned around, went back and tried to find her, but I couldn't find her, so I had to get on with my route. So.
Well, that's another task. You're going to have to do another good deed for the day by getting her phone back to her. All right. Well, thanks for chiming in this morning, Big Sexy. Let me see here. The housing market, as we've been hearing. You notice home prices up. Metro areas in Florida, Tennessee, and Texas, they tell us, have the most improved housing markets out of the largest 40 in the country, according to Realtor.com. They look at housing markets around the country for their annual list that looks at market demand, according to the number of unique viewers of a property on their website, and the market pace by looking at how many days a listing remains active on the site. The website found that the August 2021 hottest housing markets list that the most improved metro area housing markets are Florida's Orlando, Kissimmee, Sanford. You've got Tampa, St. Pete, Clearwater in Florida, and Jacksonville. Then Tennessee's Nashville, Davidson, Murfreesboro, Franklin, and then the last is Austin, Round Rock in Texas. Now, they note that Orlando in particular has shown a notable improvement from the early days of the pandemic, having risen 100 spots since just last year. After struggling in the early days of the pandemic, the Orlando housing market is now returning to form, earning the position of fastest rising large market on the list, bringing it back into range of the typical rankings at this time of the season. The typical Orlando home spent a median time on the market of 37 days, the shortest time for any August on record, apparently. North Carolina's Burlington metro area also had seen a recent uptick, retaking the top position on the hottest housing list. Half of all homes in Burlington selling in less than 18 days in the month of August. It's a full 10 days faster than last year. So around the country, the housing market remains red hot. And yes, the prices continue to climb. Our number, 844-844-3388. Let's try again. All right, welcome back, Gilligan. There he is.
All right, thank you for taking me back, Steve. Yeah, well, like I was saying, I was working for JB a couple of years later, JB Hunt there. And it was kind of funny. I had a load. We delivered roofing and siding, metal roofing and siding, like steel buildings.
Mm-hmm.
And my dispatch is here like, oh, I can't put you on that load. Says, you're not coil certified. I don't know whether that was a JB Hunt policy in 04/05, middle of 04 when that happened. But I looked at her. I said, I probably hauled more coils than everybody on this account combined. She laughed and looked at me. She said, I know you have, but no, I still can't put you on the load. Now, hey, to me, if you're going to pull flatbed, you definitely need to have some training on it. It's a whole different animal. You know, one rule of thumb, I'll give some advice out there to my fellow truckers who ever pulling flatbed. You look at a load, if you don't think there's enough securement on that load, or there's even a chance of not enough securement, put more securement on it. Straps, chains, whatever you're using. When our trains was rated at 10,000 pounds. So we'd haul these 45, 46, 47,000 pound coils. And I was running my KW, I was just under 30,000 with the spread axle, put the weight towards the back, get it towards the back, with the spread axle, where as long as you were still under 80,000, it was legal. It's easy to scale it out. But the spread axle, you can put 40,000 pounds on it, but a tandem axle, you could only go to 34, which 34 plus 34, 12 will equal 80,000 pounds. So it has to be perfectly balanced to get up to 80,000. If you got a spread axle, you put a little weight towards the back, you don't have to worry as long as you're over gross, if that makes sense. And we had a simple rule of thumb. We had you put 1.5 times number of securement of what the weight called for. It's a dangerous job, but like others have said, I think Chevy guy said, check them binders, check them straps, stop and check them. If done right, it's not as dangerous as people make it out to be. It was also talking the difference between suicide and, I can't remember the other, shotgun. Suicide is where the hole on them coils is inside. Shotgun is when that's the one where there's a chance you hit your brake too hard. If you break your securement, if you go into the back of the tractor, and yes, I have seen that, and that, yeah. I seen a Zimmerman laying on its roof one time, and the coil was in against the seats. Unfortunately, I know the driver wasn't there because there was somebody under the sheet, unfortunately.
Yep.
That very easily happens. The shotgun is where it's, the hole is aligned with the trailer. And I think the law was, it probably still is, anything over 40,000 pounds has got to be loaded certified. Yeah, that is a very dangerous industry, but if done properly, it's not as dangerous. Yeah, I hope my babbling has helped somebody tonight. But that's about all I got for now, Steve. Thank you for taking the call.
All right, good to have you with us. Thanks for checking back in there. Gilligan, over and out. Tell Mary Ann we said hello, right? All right, well, the final day of September, so I guess we can technically flip the calendar and say, look, Halloween. This comes up on a Sunday night this year, October 31st. And Bensalem police, the story out of Pennsylvania, reporting that officers conducted a traffic stop earlier this month and confiscated what looked like normal candy. The items that looked like Sour Patch Kids candy, Cheetos, and Sweethearts all contained THC. Police say the suspect bought the snacks in California and planned to sell them there in Pennsylvania. We know where these things could have wound up. People think they're funny, and they're going to put them in Halloween bags and not realize you have a child that could have a reaction to it. One parent said she had a hard time differentiating the fake ones from the real thing. Kind of horrifying to think you got all these children running around. A lot of them don't even check their candy before they get home. Police are advising parents: inspect their children's candies and look for anything that appears off. Now, they don't look like the regular type of candies you'd buy in the grocery store or the candy store. But it's enough that if you're not checking properly, or a kid decides they're hungry on the Halloween trail, they might reach in a bag and grab what appears to be Cheetos, but they're actually not. I was looking at some of the photos of these, the knockoffs, and they would look pretty convincing to me. Something new, something more, I guess we'll have to watch for the trick-or-treaters. About 8 before the hour, it's 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Some say their truck reflects who they are, dependable and reliable. That's why you trust Blue Def. Now the best just got better. Introducing Blue Def Platinum, a revolutionary innovation with advanced System Shield technology to significantly reduce harmful deposits, to maintain fuel economy, save money on costly repairs, and sustain the life of your SCR system. There's only one DEF to choose. Blue Def Platinum. The best just got better.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with Isolate. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch fore-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
So I did indeed tune into some of the testimony this past day. Yeah, Mark Milley on the stand again. It's rather interesting on some of the questioning. The questions that, is this war actually over? I mean, we have no forces in the country now. Some questioning, are we going to have to go back? I couldn't definitively say no to that question. Now, I was tuned in as they ask a very poignant question. Will we see the re-arrival of Al-Qaeda and Islamic State in Afghanistan, to which would lead to a distinct possibility of having to go back? And General Milley says, quote, It is a real possibility in the not too distant future. 6, 12, 18, 24 months, that kind of time frame for the reconstitution of Al-Qaeda or ISIS. Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin also testified, noting that there is clearly a possibility for these terrorist groups to reform. Al-Qaeda has been degraded over time, but new terror organizations seek ungoverned spaces so they can train and equip and thrive, and so there is clearly a possibility this can happen here going forward. Our goal is to maintain a laser-like focus on this so it doesn't happen. Well, how can you prevent it from happening? He also said he cannot rule out the United States could return to Afghanistan at some point in the near future. Wow. His quote, "While I won't rule anything out, I would just say it is not preordained that we will go back or have to go back into Afghanistan again, but if we do, the military will provide good, credible options to be able to do that and be effective." I just have a sneaky suspicion. And you listen to the time frames. I mean, he's talking 6, 12, 18, 24 months. I mean, you saw how rapidly the Taliban retook the entire country. And supposedly none of them really saw that coming. I mean, we knew it would eventually happen, but nobody saw this happen in a matter of weeks' time. Just snap your fingers and it was done. I think maybe they're now looking at maybe a few months ago they would have said, yeah, once we're out of the country, undoubtedly ISIS and Al-Qaeda are going to try to make a comeback. And, within a couple of years, now they're looking at, hell, it could be 6 months to less than a year. All right, a couple minutes before we hit news update, top of the hour, following the testimony this past day. Yeah, some are actually even more outraged than they were before the testimony. Already having called for Milley's resignation as chairman of the Joint Chiefs, Rand Paul said Milley's testimony this week has only hardened his stance. He said, if anything, I'm more outraged about Milley's awful incompetence in the execution of the withdrawal. They seem to have a calm demeanor, that it was all this great success, and they're so proud of all the people they evacuated. I guess I see it differently, he says. I see it as one of the worst military mistakes that we've made in a long, long time. To leave a secure airbase, to be stuck in a municipal airport without the ability to defend the perimeter or defend our soldiers. He noted those 13 members who were killed at the Taliban-controlled gate were used to protecting a military installation. They were used to protecting a military installation, not a municipal airport. They got put in a bad situation by their leadership. I think the best thing they could do for Milley is they should resign. They made a lot of terrible decisions. All right, so mistakes were made because they were trying to save face from such an awful incompetence in the withdrawal. We'll get our news update here. Final hour just ahead. Jump on board at 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Chris Barnes.
Breaking news as Britney Spears' father is no longer her conservator. As reports say, a judge has removed Jamie Spears from the pop star's conservatorship, having certified public accountant John Zabel now take over through the end of the year. Britney Spears going into today's court proceedings knowing she had a powerful backer in Texas Republican Senator Ted Cruz.
For the court to throw out her lawyer based on a secret medical report that she couldn't access, the lawyer couldn't access, and couldn't be charged is something straight out of Kafka.
Cruz said if a cultural icon like Spears can't get justice, what does it say to the 1 million or so others in America under conservatorship? The U.S. House this evening approving a measure to suspend the nation's debt ceiling through December 2022. It now goes to the Senate, where it's expected to fail. This is USA Radio News.
Oh, according to research, 82% of people remember radio ads. That means that 82% of you listening right now will remember that this is an ad for ZipRecruiter. If you're hiring, 82% of you will recall that ZipRecruiter makes hiring faster and easier. And 82% of you will note that you can try ZipRecruiter for free today. But you have to go to ZipRecruiter.com/find. 82% of you will keep in mind that ZipRecruiter's technology finds qualified people for your job and actively invites them to apply.
Scott, is that you? Who are you talking to?
82% of you will also know that I, live with my mom. But the most important thing to note is that ZipRecruiter works. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Will you be part of the 82% who remember where you can try ZipRecruiter for free? It's ZipRecruiter.com/find. Again, that exclusive link is ZipRecruiter.com/find. That's ZipRecruiter.com/find.
Top brass in the U.S. military were facing mounting pressure again today from lawmakers to explain the way the U.S. withdrawal from Afghanistan went and why. Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin acknowledging the evacuation mission at Kabul airport certainly wasn't perfect, but he also said he wanted to remind those lawmakers.
It was the largest airlift conducted in U.S. history, and it was executed in just 17 days.
Facebook debuting its new feature called Reels, R-E-E-L-S. The Reels feature allows users to create short-form videos with a multitude of editing options, trying to keep up with TikTok. Meanwhile, YouTube is banning prominent anti-vaccine activists. It's, in fact, blocking all anti-vax content. The Google-owned video site making the announcement as part of a new set of policies that it says are aimed at cutting down on anti-vaccine content and misinformation overall. And this is USA Radio News.
Now you can fly anywhere in the world and pay discount prices on your airline tickets. Book a flight today to London, Paris, Madrid, or anywhere else you want to go. And pay a lot less guaranteed. Call the International Travel Department right now at Low Cost Airlines.
800-215-5141. 800-215-5141. That's 800-215-5141.
Another lawsuit challenging a vaccine mandate, this time in Rhode Island, the vaccine mandate for healthcare workers there, getting a closer look by a federal judge now as a hearing was held on Wednesday regarding the matter, with the judge making no immediate decision on a request for a temporary restraining order. At the moment, workers have until Friday there in Rhode Island to get vaccinated or lose their jobs. Meanwhile, some lawmakers on Capitol Hill have been reacting to that. Some lawmakers on Capitol Hill are voicing their opinions on these mandates. With one example, here's USA Radio's Brad Bernards.
Utah Republican Senator Mike Lee unsuccessfully rolled out the first of a dozen bills Tuesday he has drafted to upend President Joe Biden's yet-to-be-issued vaccination mandate.
Someone who is serving as the President of the United States while issuing a sweeping federal mandate insists that this is not about freedom or personal choice. It is. It necessarily is.
He said the president's strong-arm push to force Americans to choose between decisions affecting their health and providing for their families is wrong. From the USA Radio News, West Texas Bureau, I'm Brad Bernards.
And there's a possibility meth addicts in California could soon get paid for getting clean and sober. The Recovery Incentives Act has already been given the green light by that state's House and Senate. It's awaiting the Governor Gavin Newsom's signature. And for USA Radio News, I'm Chris Barnes.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
the primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Meanwhile, final hour underway. Here we go. OOIDA making preparations for the 15th annual Truckers for Troops campaign. Starting back in 2007. Each year during the week of Veterans Day. The 2021 Truckers for Troops campaign will begin Monday, November 8th and run through the start of business the following Monday, November the 15th. As typically the case is, you can join for the discounted rate, $35. 10% of that goes to the funds, and OIDA matches that money. Of course, many truckers just make direct donations to the fund. To date, the Truckers for Troops campaign has generated $697,000 plus. All right, and it's very simple during that week. You just call the main number during business hours. Let the operators know you're calling about the Truckers for Troops. They'll transfer you to membership. Phones will be answered live, and the switchboards stay open later than usual. They'll actually be open until 7:30 p.m. Central Time during the week of the Truckers for Troops campaign. Here it is, last day of September, so yep, it'll be here before you know it. Hey, what's going on with the Big Moose this morning? Hey there.
Hey, bud, playing truck driver. What are you into?
Just trying to fill the hours, fill the time.
Well, I tell you what, I had to call and brag on Gilligan there a little bit. He come in there talking about that load securement on those spread axle flatbeds, I tell you what, a lot of people don't know is old Gilligan actually wrote a book on that subject about load securement on spread axle flatbeds. It's called Strap It On and Spread 'Em, the 50 Shades of Gilligan. It's actually published by some outfit down there in Georgia called Flyrotica Productions down there in Georgia. Yeah, Flyrotica Productions. Yeah, Strap It On and Spread 'Em, the 50 Shades of Gilligan. You ought to look for it. It's a good read, short read, but it's a good read. But no, I'm just out here. I just tumbling through the flatlands of the Hoosier State over here, waiting on tomorrow night. I got a couple of questions for Chris. Kind of looking forward to that. He's still planning on being with us, right?
That is the plan. I haven't seen anything otherwise to the contrary. So you're going to ask him about your slickum? Did you ever get your slickum?
Yeah, man. I'm in desperate need of some of that stuff too. I'm gonna have to put the fire under him. So gonna have to get that going here pretty quick. But anyway, that's all my BS and all my baloney. So keep it Twix and Spotted and Solid. We'll be 10-10 till we do it again tomorrow night.
Thank you much, Moose. Be safe out there. Rolling through the Hoosier State. Hey, let me see here. Who all on board? Deranger is with us here. Let's talking about Dog the Bounty Hunter being on the search for Brian Laundrie. Yeah, he said, I'd be more worried about John Walsh. Yeah, I did. I saw an interview with John, and he's also on the case. I got to wonder, I don't know how many bounty hunters there are still out there in this day and age. I don't hear a whole lot about them, but with the amount, last I saw several days ago, the bounty was like more than it's $120,000 plus. Now, it'll be a good payday for whoever's able to come across this guy and lead the authorities to bring him in. All right, back to the calls we go. Let's get back to Steve. Good morning. What's happening?
Hey, good morning, Steve. Yeah, that John Walsh, man, I love that guy. He's brought down a lot of evil people, and that hopefully with him on the case and the dog hunter, they'll find this guy pretty quick. Steve, reason I called, I want to nominate about 4 or 5 people to not dumbass of the week, not dumbass of the year, but dumbass of the century. And Joe Biden is tied to all of it. So the first one from your USA break is Gavin Newsom and Joe Biden. You heard that they want to pay people to get clean and sober off of methamphetamine.
Meth addicts you pay them to get clean. Yeah.
Exactly. While Newsom and Biden have the border wide open, there's more drugs pouring into this country than ever in history. Now, we all know when Trump was in office, he was building that wall, securing that border, and the border agents didn't have to focus on illegal aliens coming into the country. They were focused on stopping drugs from coming across the border. I'm pretty sure that was the main objective of the Border Patrol. But with Newsom and Biden having the borders wide open, well, drugs have been pouring in for the last 8, 9, 10 months, and these drug addicts have free reign to drugs. Because it was a lot harder to get drugs back in the day, about a year ago. But anyway, that's such an asinine idea. I can't even believe that someone would even vote for that. My next one is Millie, McKenzie, and Biden all tied together. Miller said it today that they're trying to cover up for Joe Biden. And that's not their job, Steve. They said it in those hearings today. I was listening to clips of it. Their job is not to cover up for Joe Biden. If you listen to that interview, Steve, on, what was it, ABC Sunday with George
Stephanopoulos.
the dumbass Stephanopoulos, yes. Joe Biden said none of those generals ever told him or ever mentioned to him that to leave 25 to 3,500 troops in Afghanistan. That was a damn lie. You heard it yesterday. They all said it. They all stuck with their story that they said that we needed to keep soldiers on the ground there.
Correct.
And Joe Biden lied about that. He lied to the American people. So again, he's tied in with all these generals for dumbass of the century. And I kind of forget what the last one was, Steve. There's just so many of them. But anyway, that's pretty much all I got. I mean, it just gets, worse and worse and worse on a daily basis with these dumbasses that we've got running this country. It's just not even really funny anymore.
Yeah. But
it really isn't.
Do you notice isn't it as they're going through the testimony, you go from a Republican to a Democrat and you back and forth, they each get 5 minutes, and every Democrat does nothing but try to pump up and congratulate and support Milley and the Secretary of Defense about what a difficult job and how what a great accomplishment that was. And then you get to the Republican and they start asking the hard questions. And right about the time where they've really got them backed up against the wall and you're about to maybe get some pertinent information, I'm sorry, the gentleman's time has expired. And they don't even let him finish the question.
Yep, exactly, Steve. And it just brought me to remember my last one. It's Schumer and Pelosi and these leftists. Steve, they're trying to push that debt ceiling through. We all know that. Well, I got from a reliable source last night, and a very reliable source, and you can look this up. The government pays $45 billion every year towards the debt that we owe. It's a known fact. $45 billion. Steve, this country, I don't care if it shuts down or not, whether the government's open or not, they still collect taxes from us, right?
Correct.
They still collect federal income tax, capital gains tax, whatever kind of tax they've got on there, fees and so forth, $320 billion every month this government collects. So even if they're shut down, Steve, we're still collecting over $3 trillion a year. Only $45 billion a month pays the debt. That's the debt ceiling. The reason, Steve, they want to raise this is for future spending, to push these agendas through, this $5 trillion and so forth. Spend, spend, spend. So, Steve, the other dumbasses of the century are these leftist liberals who believe that this spending is good for our country.
Mm-hmm.
We all know, Steve, that if you go into debt with your credit cards and you spend and spend and spend, and you don't have enough money to pay the crap back, what happens? You file bankruptcy. You file Chapter 7. And that's what they're trying to do to this country. They're trying to bankrupt. So I challenge any of these leftist liberals, these dumbasses that are listening to your radio station, to call in and give us a reason why this kind of stuff, this spending, is good for our country. I challenge them to do that. Because I know there's some real dumbasses out there that listen to this show that actually believe this crap. And that's all I got for tonight, Steve. Thanks a lot.
Thank you much. Have a good morning. Be safe out there. All right, I want to say get a quick 2-minute timeout and back to your calls at 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
Some say their truck reflects who they are, dependable and reliable. That's why you trust Blue Def. Now the best just got better. Introducing Blue Def Platinum, a revolutionary innovation with advanced system shield technology to significantly reduce harmful deposits. To maintain fuel economy, save money on costly repairs, and sustain the life of your SCR system, there's only one DEF to choose. Blue Def Platinum. The best just got better.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, thank you much. And what do we got? Yes, Sam, the Hurricane Sam is still out there. No concern to the U.S. mainland. Aside, I should say, from big waves going to be washing up and down the eastern seaboard. We did have another system come together this past day. The newest tropical storm of the season developing Wednesday afternoon. So that claims the name Victor. Second to last moniker on the list. Well, the first list for this season. It was Tropical Depression 20 forming Wednesday morning, quickly strengthening through the day yesterday. And it's way out there, a few hundred miles southwest of the Cabo Verde Islands. Sustained winds at 40 miles per hour. Looks like it will strengthen. They forecast it will strengthen into a hurricane over the next couple of days. There's a brief window for the storm to strengthen. Then it's going to encounter more wind shear and drier air, which will lead to a loss of wind intensity later this weekend and into next week. As it currently stands, it will not pose a direct threat to land. So this one, this one's staying. Yeah, it came off the coast of Africa, forming, and it's kind of forecast to make that northerly turn, and it'll never even get as far as probably the central Atlantic. It's going to be in the east central Atlantic. That's the current model anyway, the current model depictions as I look at the map. About 22 past the hour, and let me see, back to the phones here. Would it be Chevy Guy?
Yeah, I gotta go make people mad at me. And make sure I'm not happy that lieutenant colonel is in jail right now, basically for speaking the truth. But we got to understand what the military is. You don't have freedom of speech. An E1 to E6, you're told what to do. There's a whole bunch of you, and you do it. If you've got a question, you can fill out a chit, head it up to, E8, to E9. If they can't handle it, then they'll pass it up to, the E10 and on up. And if the non-commissioned officers can't figure it out, the question from the E1, it goes into the officers, the commissioned officers, and it works its way up the chain of command till it gets to the captain, which it will never get to the captain because surely somebody along the chain of command can work out the issue for an E1. He had to know that what he was doing was shooting his toe off. You do not question. That's our military is in that form, and the reason is the top of the command is responsible for the lives, not just the equipment, but the lives of all these people, and they're supposed to be accountable for it. But obviously, even before the lieutenant colonel spoke up, we already seen Billy and the admiral and all these. I didn't. Biden did something. It wasn't me. And then you got the president saying, nope, they ain't me. So no, I'm sorry, don't tell me we're going back into Afghanistan with the Three Stooges running our government and our military. But yeah, we're seeing the destruction of our military. I just, what the man should have done, and he should have resigned his command, resigned his commission. They can leave anytime in the command situation. They're not like an enlisted to have to fill out a certain time. You resign your commission and you get in front of the mics out of uniform, and then you criticize those ahead of you. Because now you're a civilian, and believe it or not, we civilians, they work for us. Just like Millie, he didn't like what the president. Let's say he did give the advice to the president, and the president didn't take it, and he knew that it was a bad idea. He should have stepped out of that situation and stepped out of his commission, and then he could have stood up for his men, stood up for the people in the military against this nitwit we got for a president. So there's a chain of command. There's a reason for it. But obviously we got people up there that won't take responsibility for the lives of our soldiers all the way down to the E1. So it's worked in the past. It always works. I know sisters out here that are in the military, they understand what I'm saying. But if you've got the people that don't understand, they've never been in the military, and I was listening on the news, people talking about, they need to get this man out. This lieutenant colonel, and he's brave. Yeah, he is, but he knew what he was doing. You can't have the military questioning the command structure. It's going to destroy, because you're telling the command structure from the top, send that ship over there. All right, he sends it down and tells captain, send that ship over there. The captain says, ship, let's go over there. Crew, let's go over there. All right, now we've got to face down the enemy, and you can't have the crew saying, no, we don't. And is not going to go up against that carrier. You do what you're told to do, and you do it to the best of your ability. And there's only thing I can think of is, if you're told to wipe out or shoot out, innocent civilians, then that's an unlawful command.
Right.
But you will.
So technically,
if you don't do what you're told.
As long as he's still in the military, so even knowing that the leadership was doing the wrong thing, you're not allowed to speak out against it.
Yeah, and let's remember, if anybody under his command questioned his authority, he would be right there making sure they had to face up to a captain's mast and have to give an account and possibly face, going against a direct order, like what they're threatening our soldiers and sailors to do right now on the jab. But I just don't get misled on some of this. It just shows that our military.
So at what point does the commander-in-chief, the president of the United States he's the top dog as far as our military is concerned. At what point does he get held accountable for essentially lying to the American people, stating that he was never told? And all three of those guys sat up there the last several days saying, we told him, we told him, we told him. When does he get held accountable?
Okay, hold it right now. Let's see. Let me check his pocket. No, nothing there. Let me check his pocket over here. Let me tap my earpiece. Hey, handler, how do I answer that? We're screwed.
Yeah, I got
We're
you.
Screwed. Hey, elections count. Elections count. So thank you, Democrats. We're screwed.
Elections have ramifications. Yes, they do. Yeah, is that not a fair question? At what point? Because if you tuned in, they all three of them tried to protect Biden by saying, I'm not going to publicly say exactly what my advice to the president was. I won't tell you what I told him, but we have stood by the number of 2,500, 3,000, could be bumped up to 3,500. I've stood by these numbers throughout the entirety. Milley went back and said that was the advice that he had given when Donald Trump was still president. When Trump was drawing down the forces. My advice was we need to keep a force on the ground of at least 2,500. I maintained that advice through the entirety of the operation. Biden says he was never told that. All right, we get a news break in here. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Chris Barnes.
It looks like the federal government will steer clear of a shutdown after all. As Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer has announced that an agreement has been reached on a stopgap government funding bill, a measure that's expected to be voted on later this morning, as by midnight tonight, with no action, there'd be the government shutdown. Yesterday, hours before any such deal seemed close, the White House was trying to get Republicans to sign on.
Because because everybody should believe that we need to protect the full faith and credit of the United States. We're disappointed that that's not the view shared by Republicans right now.
White House spokeswoman Jen Psaki there again hours before the apparent agreement, which will raise the debt ceiling. Britney Spears' father is no longer her conservator. A judge has removed Jamie Spears from the pop star's conservatorship, and now a public accountant will be taking over through the end of the year. This is USA Radio News.
If you are trying to quit drinking or doing too many drugs, listen to me. You don't know me and we'll never meet. I had a problem like you once. I drank and used to party a little too much till it got out of control and almost ruined my life. I realized I needed help to fix my problem before it totally destroyed me. If you've tried to fix your drinking and drug problem and you know you can't do it alone, you need to call the National Treatment Advisors. They'll immerse you into a 30-day program to replace your old habits with new habits and totally change your life. And if you have PPO private health insurance, the entire program may be covered. Fix your problem right now before it gets any worse. Get clean. Call now and learn more.
800-844-1675. 800-844-1675. 800-844-1675. That's 800-844-1675.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with Isolate. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch 4-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
The Hot Shot Secret Facebook page gets a lot of robust Q&A about diesel problems and their solutions. We listen to our customers. Here are their words straight from their mouths about Hot Shot Secret everyday diesel treatment. Our fans call it EDT.
I'm John Sharp, a.k.a. Jay Sharp from Newburgh, Pennsylvania. Using EDT, my local fuel mileage went to average of 22 to 23, and my highway MPG went to 26 to 28.
Hi, I'm Danny. I'm from Arizona. I drive a 02 Ford Excursion. I use EDT at every fill-up, and my mileage went from 12.5 miles to gallon to 14 miles per gallon. I highly recommend it.
Everyday diesel treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Are you having trouble sleeping? Are you tired all the time? Growing older is a fact of life. Our skin starts to wrinkle, muscles get weaker, and our energy levels plummet. If there was a product that may help you slow down these symptoms of aging, would you be interested? I want you to go to getonthegel.com. That is getonthegel.com. Watch this 4-minute video that explains more about this amazing product. Or call us at Youth Fountain HGH today at 513-472-0699 for more information.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor, here with Tax Help MD. As many of you know from Steve Sommers' show, I've been helping professional drivers solve their tax problems. I can help you too. If you've been struggling with back tax debt, call me now at 888-557-4020. Let's face it, these problems aren't going away all on their own. You need professional help so you can sleep better at night knowing you're in good hands. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep my eyes on the IRS. 888-557-4020.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All right, a couple of other industry headlines real quick, like before we get back to your calls. Knucklebuster also brought up Daimler Trucks North America recalling hundreds of Freightliner Cascadias, possible exhaust pipe defect. Now, this is for 2022 model year Cascadias with a Cummins engine and battery boxes mounted between the frame rail built at the Cleveland manufacturing plant between April 1 of this year and July the 12th of this year. So these are new trucks, brand new trucks, right? According to the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, the exhaust pipe outlet, also known as the exhaust pipe mitigator, may have been misinstalled, facing the tip toward battery boxes mounted directly above between the frame rail. This could cause the battery box to melt and increase the risk of a fire. There's only 460 vehicles impacted. Like I said, brand new trucks. Indications of an exhaust defect include residue on surrounding components, melting of surrounding components, and or the smell of melted materials. Something's burning on this new truck. That doesn't smell quite right, does it? Massachusetts state trooper hurt late Tuesday night after a truck driver apparently fell asleep at the wheel, smashing into the parked cruiser southbound I-95 near the Massachusetts Turnpike just before the midnight hour. According to NBC Boston, the trooper was parked on the side of the interstate with his lights on, protecting a crew trimming trees that were encroaching on the roadway when he was struck by the oncoming semi as the driver fell asleep. Force of the impact caused the rig to jackknife, broke off the cruiser's steering wheel, pinned the trooper inside. Although he was injured, the trooper was able to radio in the incident himself. He was later transported to the hospital, has since been discharged, and will remain on injured leave. The 27-year-old trucker from Canada woke up at the last second, attempted to hit the brakes, could not stop in time. Now facing charges of negligent operation, failure to move over, and a marked lanes violation. All right, there you go, falling asleep at the wheel. Are we pushing the envelope? All right, back to the calls here, and let's see. It says Stonecliff. Is that the handle?
Yes.
Morning.
That's the handle. How do you hear me?
Go ahead. Yes, sir.
Good morning. Yeah, I listen every night from midnight to 5. And I'd like to have that number that Big Moose has. Could you text that to me or email it to me?
I'll see what I can do. I think they've got a new number. I think he did send that to me, but I guess if you could maybe, I'll take your number down and see if I can get that to him. How about that?
Yeah, that'd be good. That would be a text message, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Yeah, because I'm blind and But if I got a text message, I can get my magnifying glass and copy it down and put it in my contact list. I enjoy this program a lot. I'm awake from midnight until morning because my dog has diabetes, so I have to take her out. She drinks a lot of water and has to go out a couple times after midnight.
Yep.
So I let my wife. And we tried to give her insulin. We did it for a while, but every time you get near her with a needle, she'd snap at you, bite you. So we can't get bit by a little dog.
Yeah.
So the vet said just if she eats, her appetite will stop eventually. And so that'll be the time to put her down. But in the meantime, she's got a good appetite. She eats everything.
That's good.
And she goes for a walk every day. But she's losing weight. Now she's a good dog. We've had her for 10 years. And it's something bad to put a dog down. But that's about all I have. I really enjoy this program.
Well, good to have you with us, Stonecliffe. And I've got your number here. Thank you so much. Let's see. Hello, Knucklebuster.
Morning, Mr. Steve Sommers. Thanks for taking me back a second time there. What's wrong with them Freightliners? They were built in Cleveland up there, so I don't know. Maybe I'm just kidding on all that.
Yeah.
You watch that TikTok video I emailed you?
I got to about half of it. I didn't have time to watch the whole thing, but that's for your game day when your wife's got the honey-do list and you can't watch the game, right?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Brad would have loved that Son to the Tune of Folsom Prison Blues by Johnny Cash there. I hear my wife coming. She's coming through the den. I won't be watching football until I fix this dryer vent. Now I'm stuck in husband prison till I hang these blinds. I hope my teams are winning or not too far behind.
Bingo.
When I was a young boy, my father told me, son, don't ever get married. Invest your money in trucks and guns. You know, I'm stuck in husband prison. I miss my old Dodge Ram because my wife made me trade it in for a minivan. You know, the Oak Ridge Boys used to have a song out several years ago. It's hard to be cool in a minivan there. That VA email I was talking about, it's not a mandate. It's just telling who can get it and who can't there. I told you about one of my cousins. The other one is a preacher over in Sumter, South Carolina. I've been trying to hook him up with Monkey Gouger. You think there's a chance that he can straighten that trucker man out?
Good luck with that.
Oh, yeah, I know. That's right. You want your own farm? This one comes in a 40-foot shipping container I read on Freight Waves there. You go food year-round there. No, Belichick says if anybody can play to 50, it's Brady. Nothing he does surprises him. If Tom would just retire, somebody else could win the Super Bowl there. I know Doofus Magoo, he got booed at the congressional ball game, see? I thought that's pretty funny. And he was talking to Barry the other day and said, everyone wants to have sex with me.
Uh-huh.
Barry said, Joe, that is not what F. Joe means. and if you want to point your finger at someone and call them names, you've got three pointed back at yourself. Go look in the mirror and say all that to yourself. There's only one opinion that matters, and it ain't mine. His name is Yahweh, and his son's name is Jesus Christ. All right, that's my stake. We'll end this thing with some baloney. Let's say buy a Pluto headset from Stellar Electronic. It's 99% noise canceling. Buy Hot Shot Secret products. Find the right product for your old jalopy's needs. It'll even help those junky old Dodges. Put overnight drive code in the box at checkout for your 10 to 20% discount for being a first responder, active military personnel, veteran, or truck driver. You can thank Mr. Chris DeBeltrick for free shipping in the good USA and 100% money back guarantee if you get the poochie lip over one of their products. He's still going to be on the show Friday, right, Steve?
That's the schedule. Yes, sir.
All right. Well, I'm looking forward. Y'all get your questions ready. Don't wait till the last second and then go, you know what I was going to ask you. Buy some Steve Summers overnight drive products, baseball cap, travel mugs, You women buy that T-shirt there. So call Steve Sommers Overnight Drive Radio, and don't be a scaredy cat to talk to Steve. He's just a good old boy. And that's all my baloney for the day, Steve. Have a great, blessed day, brother.
Thank you much. You have a good morning, about 15 before the hour. I believe Dan is up next. Hello, Dan. What's going on this morning?
Hey, Steve. Enjoyed the show this morning. I'll tell you how Biden's going to spin his lie. It's going to be, I thought we get information from other people besides the generals. And I misunderstood that part of the question.
No.
That's what he's going to try to put out there. But because that Jen Psaki said, well, we get information from other people besides the military. So, I mean, this guy, it's absolutely pathetic. Honestly, I never thought it, but I'm almost ashamed to be an American listening to those people today. The only ones that made me proud were those Republican congressmen and women that put them on the spot. And in the case of somebody from my home state of Missouri, Vicky Hartzler, Congresswoman Hartzler, telling Millie, she got it in, you need to resign. And
yep.
I think they may be sharp. I do think that I don't know how they can go on. I mean, I understand what Chevy guy's saying about this UCMJ, that he broke, I think it was 38, code 38 or something. He was told, this Scheller was told not to say anything. He put a gag order and he still continued to talk. However, when do we get with somebody who's in the middle of Afghanistan and he's talking to not one, I'm talking about Millie. He's not giving an interview that just burns the woodwork. He's given an interview to 3 other people writing books. And he's got time to call after January 6th. He calls the Chinese, his counterpart in China, and tells him that he's going to tip him off in the event of a strike. And of a military action by the U.S. He knows he's putting men and women in the military in the line of fire. He knows if something were to happen, how does he know something's not going to happen? And we're going to have to take action against the Chinese in that period. It's pathetic to see those people up there. And this guy, Millie, I mean, he's the worst. I guess Austin and the other one, what's his name, McKendry or McKenzie, the one that's ahead of CENTCOM. They were trying to cover for Biden, and I don't know if you knew this or not, but Marsha Blackburn, the senior senator from Tennessee, said they never got the information till 10:30 the night before because the White House, are they coordinating their testimony with the White House before they get up there and answer questions?
It would sure seem that way, wouldn't it?
Well, and the other thing is, when the Senate was questioning these clowns, and that's what they are, the one senator said, did you ever reach out? I believe he was from the North Dakota Air National Guard, is the one who dropped that drone and killed those 7 children and 10 people, 7 of whom were children. How do you think that person feels with that wrong information? And how did we get that wrong information? And who told the man to go ahead and drop that, to drone him out, to hit that van and kill those 7 children and the 3 adults with them? You know what I'm saying? I think American people would like to know that.
Mm-hmm. Well, I'm fully convinced, Dan. When they made they did that drone strike. Was it 48, 72 hours after the 13 service members were killed? I think that was all with one purpose, to change the narrative and not make it look like it was so bad that we're going to go get them, you know? We were just trying to make it look like we got them back for what they did.
Well, I mean, you can say it's Steve. It honestly, I had to sit there today and turn the TV off. I was getting ready to go to work, and I couldn't listen to it anymore. And I mean that. I mean, it's just absolutely shocking that these people, I mean, when I think of this Millie, you know, Steve, that would be like you coming on the show being unprepared, and you're called on the carpet, and you do a great job of show prep, by the way. But you were called on the carpet, and you said, well, I was giving interviews all day today to Billboard magazine. I don't even know if the thing exists anymore. But I was talking to this one in Talker magazine. Well, I mean, does this guy Millie have nothing better to do? I mean, we got, you know, what is he doing that he's got time to sit there and talk? We know what he's doing. He's trying to destroy President Trump. And can you answer the question, did the president, the one who chose him to be Joint Chief of Staff, or was he chosen by the other the other heads of the military service to be the Joint Chief of Staff?
My understanding, Dan, is Donald Trump made the pick, and now he admits that he made a horrible mistake. It was a big mistake to pick the guy, and so, but yeah, he did make the pick initially.
Yeah, I mean, I have the biggest complaint, and it's more. I mean, honestly, if I didn't like what President Trump did, and I didn't like him, you know, I would vote for him, because what that man had to go through to be the president of the United States and what he had to put up with, thank God all of his millions of voters got his back. And you and I are in agreement of this. I think we still are. If you're not on board with President Trump in 2022, you probably will not be elected. I just don't see Trump voters abandoning the president. And as a matter of fact, after this stuff's coming out, I mean, everything former President Trump has said has come to pass about what they were trying to do to him, you know, and the false allegations, and that our government can sit there. I mean, the FBI, quite frankly, Steve, if I was a congressperson, I would vote to disband the FBI. I would. I don't think there's any hope for it. I honestly don't. I think this Brian Laundrie, weren't they involved and took that over, the search for the guy?
Yes.
And yeah, I mean, you could go on and name them. I mean, what part of government works? So anyway, I just thought I'd chime in on that, because and when I see stuff like that, and this guy sitting there, I mean, we know that Biden lies, and that's how he's going to spin it. But nothing's going to happen. I mean, his party's behind. I mean, they're not going to impeach him. I mean, unless they felt that things have gotten, I think he's dropped below 40%, and it's going to be hard for him to recover. But, well, thanks again for the great show, and I'll be tuning in tomorrow morning.
Yeah, we'll be here Thursday night, Friday morning for Chris. Absolutely, yep. Look forward. Maybe you'll dial us up there. All right, not a lot of time left here. Real quick, is it Hat Rack or Fat Rat?
It's Hat Rack.
Hello, Hat Rack.
How's things going this morning?
Doing just fine. How about you?
Oh, just wonderful. I just want to call and tell you I've been listening for many, many years, even when your dad was running the show. Y'all have a good show, and I enjoy it.
So you're just a first-time caller checking in. Would that be correct?
Yes, sir. It sure would be.
Well, I got to get your phone number down here. Have you tried our Hot Shot Secret products to date?
No, I haven't tried it.
Okay, well, that's...
Been thinking about it, but just hadn't made that plunge yet.
Well, if I get you a $60 coupon code, you might just make the decision to try it out. What do you think?
Good possibility.
Okay. And I think once you try it, I think we'll have you hooked. You'll be on board, another dedicated user.
Okay, sounds good to me.
All right.
And if you could pass my number on to that hillbilly text and get me that after hours number. I was calling it and it got disconnected yesterday morning. I think they was having issues with unwanted callers on there.
Yeah,
causing problems.
I hadn't mentioned that at this point, but yes, I think Big Moose just put the kibosh. He blew up the line, if you'd have it that way. I don't know who all was on there because
you know how it is.
I would spend 20, 30
it don't
minutes
take
on there.
One bad apple to ruin a whole bunch.
Yep. And I kind of wondered about that when we started actually giving the number out publicly so anyone could see the number on the discussion board and whatnot. Because there are haters out there. There's always, some dumbass that wants to jump on. And so, but it's going to be by invitation only now. So somebody's got to know somebody before they're going to...
Well, like I said... If you'll pass mine to Hillbilly Tex, I've talked to him before. He should be able to get in touch with me.
All right, very good. I will do that.
We discussed about I picked up out there where he lived at. I picked up some stuff out there one time, so he'll probably remember me.
Okay, all right. I think did you message me like on Facebook yesterday morning? Was that you?
Yeah, I did. Yeah, I did. That was me.
All right, so when I got back on that line, I asked, I think I was actually on the line when I got your message, and they said, yeah, they know who you are, so I've got your number now, so we'll get that to you.
All righty, well, we appreciate it, and you have a good morning.
Thank you much, Hat Rack. Thanks for being a part of the show and the after show and all that fun stuff. All right, so, when we come back at the midnight hour tonight, we'll be talking first day of October, believe it or not. I hope you'll join us, and as several of the cars have mentioned, get your questions ready. If you have any questions about Hot Shot Secret Products, Chris Gabrelchik, the guy that created it all, will be joining us tonight. The reason we're actually able to be here on a nightly basis and to talk to one another. So I hope you'll chime in for tomorrow morning's show. It is the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above, but nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of.